Before we dive into this amazing novel, a quick shout out. If you're enjoying these audiobooks, you can support the author and help bring more incredible content. Your support makes a huge difference. The link is in the description. Check it out. Now let's begin. I stood before the mirror and stared at my reflection in a daze. Staring straight back at me was a young woman with aquamarine eyes. She has a truly beautiful appearance. I pinched my cheek and pulled as the woman in the mirror did the same. Eventually, I let go and groaned as my face became slightly swollen with redness, contrasting with my soft porcelain skin. I sighed and fiddled with the light blue hair that ran down my shoulders, reaching my waist. Finally, I glanced down at my chest, where there were two large melons that made my shoulders stiff. I poked the melons, and they made a strange, bouncy noise. "This isn't happening," I muttered, and a soft, charming voice left my throat. /N. MC's appearance is based on his death. I threw myself onto the bed in the corner of the room and buried my face in the pillows. I screamed and kicked the bed in frustration. After 10 minutes of yelling and rolling around, I sat up with a tired expression and observed myself in the mirror. Even with messy hair, I looked good. Now you may be wondering, who am I and why I'm currently having an identity crisis as we speak? In the simplest way possible to say it, I've died. If I said this to a stranger on the streets, I would probably be considered an insane person and be locked away in an asylum. However, despite this absurd claim, I knew I'd died since this wasn't my original body and a body I woke up in. My past name was Akikudo, and I used to be an ordinary Japanese girl. Well, normal wouldn't be the correct word to describe me as a nerd. I never had any friends, and people will always avoid me due to my gloomy atmosphere. Dark silky hair that covered my face. I walked with my head lowered and was shunned. Naturally, being ignored everywhere made my self-esteem extremely low, and my social level was so horrible that I would be too nervous to even talk to anyone in the first place. Thankfully, even with all these downsides, there was something that made my life enjoyable. Yugioh, a game of dueling monsters. I loved the card game and would spend my entire time dedicated to this game. Chatting on forums, buying cards left and right, building my own deck, and of course dueling in tournaments. When I duel, I don't have to worry about my social anxiety. It's a game where anyone was accepted and nobody will question your identity. As long as you have cards, you can duel. Now on to my death. I died in a foolish way. One night, I spent so much time browsing through the Yugioh forum and tripped on the stairs. The next thing I knew, I woke up here in a new world and a new body. I know that you're confused about what I mean by a different world, but I'm not lying to you. I really transmigrated into a different world, and what specific universe I'm talking about? I sat up and unveiled the curtains beside the bed. I summoned Vorse Raider in attack position, and I will attack your feral imp. No, not my feral imp. The child whined as he dropped his cards in defeat. Yep, I have been sent to the Yugioh world. I smiled wryly and watched two children below my apartment before collapsing back onto my bed. I still couldn't believe it. I'm in the Yugioh universe. I chuckled in disbelief. I always imagined what would happen if those Ice Sky troops happened to me in real life. Now that it really happened, I don't know what I should do. No, what am I saying? Since I'm in Yugioh, it's normal for me to duel, right? The more I thought about it, the more excited I have become. It really sounded amazing, and I sprang onto my 2 feet with newfound confidence. All right, I will become one of the best duelists in the world. I shouted. Thankfully, there was no one else in my home, or else I would really die of embarrassment. Now that I've set my goals, I first need to gather some information. The name of this current body was called Unisano, and she's a student at Domino High School. Already knowing this much got me excited to the point that I'm dancing with joy. Domino High School. That's where all the main crew was from. However, from what I could gather, I don't have any relationship with the characters, so despite how pretty I was, I'm still an extra. Well, it's okay. Not that I really care. Besides my school life, I live alone in this tiny apartment. Yuna's parents supposedly passed away when she was young, so I'm living off of their inheritance. Thankfully, there's still a lot of money left, so I should be fine for a while. With my situation sorted, I need to plan my next move. Well, The first step as a duelist was I need a deck, right? Yuna doesn't seem to own anything related to dueling monsters, so I have to build one from scratch. However, with the current timeline in Yugioh, it may be difficult. Host successfully assimilated into body. Starting download. Oh, what was that? My eyes darted around the room when I heard a mechanical voice. 5%, 67%, 100%. Installing. Suddenly, a bright blue screen appeared before me. I was startled and hurriedly jumped back, but the display seemed to follow me. Is this one of those godly systems and those cliches? I wondered. I nervously reached out and waved my hand. My fingers phased through the digitized panel, confirming my suspicion. Accepting this fact, I took a deep breath and calmly observed the screen. Name, Unisano. Title, Rookie Duelist. Credit, 0. Task 1. Inventory 1. Shop. The system seemed more straightforward than I expected. I hovered over the shop button and pressed it. The display shifted, and hundreds of cards were listed in front of my very eyes, sorted by their rank from common to ultra-rare. My pupils shone with excitement, and I vigorously scrolled through the list of cards. A/N, they're ranked like how Master Duel ranks them. The shop also sells things like booster packs and structure decks that make things very alluring. However, apparently, all these items could only be purchased with something called credits, and I noticed that my current credit count was 0. Some cards also cost way too much that I don't even think it's worth it. Well, at least it's there for me to gawk at. I sighed with a heavy heart and exited the shop. Then I pressed the task function, and the display changed once more. Task 1. Make yourself known. Start your dueling career by first making a name for yourself. Reward, 500 credits. 500 credits? I grasped my chin deep in thought. From what I've seen previously, that much should at least get me some common or one rare card. However, the task description was highly vague. Can I do anything as long as I could be famous as a duelist? I hummed and finally went to the inventory section. My eyes widened in surprise and saw the item waiting for me. Duelist Starter Pack. 1x Starter Deck. 1x Ultra Rare Ticket. 1x Card Box. Yes, at least I get something. I hurriedly pressed the Duelist Starter Pack, and I heard the sound of a bell ringing inside my head. I felt something fall onto my lamp, and when I glanced down, it was a small box. I opened the box, and inside was a small deck of Yugioh cards, and beneath was a ticket in rainbow colors with the letters UR printed in the middle. I skimmed through the deck with anticipation, but my face quickly turned into despair. What the hell is this? I yelled angrily and tossed the pile of cards across the room. I collapsed on the ground. How the heck I'm going to duel with these? A Ligator's sword. Armail? An armored zombie? What are these garbage? I screamed. I don't even get a single effect monster. Even with spell and trap cards, they were mediocre at best with things such as reinforcement, wakaboo, and sparks. At least among the pile of trash, there was a monster Reborn, which I'm at least happy with. Calm down, Yuna. Maybe you think of these as rubbish, but it's arguably good in this day and age where Link, XYZ, and Synchro don't exist yet, right? Who am I kidding? I sighed and stared at the floor in a daze. Remembering the ultra-rare ticket on the bed, I reached for it and frowned. On the ticket, it explained that I should tear it, and it gifted me a random ultra-rare card. I sighed. Even with an ultra-rare, there were still chances that I would get something useless. Well, what's there to lose? I tore the ticket with a heavy heart, and the card I got was Next Day in Domino High. Yuna POV. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of my heels echoed across the school hallway. I kept my gaze straight and tried my best not to observe the stares of the students I passed. My heart beat loudly, and I felt my back sweat from nervousness. Even now, my anxiety remains, and I can't help but imagine what other people think of me. In the corner of my vision, I noticed all the students purposefully avoiding me. Their faces were full of fear and surprise. Yuna, what did you do? I thought with a stiff face. Gathering my courage, I approached a girl who was by herself. She seemed terrified and stared at me with a pale expression. I wanted to say hello, but words won't leave my mouth. When was the last time I actually tried to hold a conversation with someone? Okay. I read online that to first make a good impression, you need to smile. All right, you got this. I slowly raised the edge of my lips. Hey, I stuttered. I'm sorry. She screamed and barged past me. The student then ran off while covering her face. I sighed and tightly clenched my fist. I guess that once a loner, always a loner. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the student gasped and hurriedly made way for the beautiful girl walking down the hallway. Yunisano, everybody in this school knows her name. Her appearance fits the title of the Ice Princess, a silent person that seemed to hold a domineering presence. Her personality was extremely distant, and she would refuse to interact with anyone. In the past, students would try to talk to her, but all they will receive was a stare, they said, that can create trauma. There were rumors that Yuna was in the mafia, or that she was from a powerful family that can easily destroy someone's life. Even if the rumors were false, it didn't help nonetheless. Eventually, people stopped trying and deemed Yuna a cold beauty that could only be observed from afar like a thorny rose. Anyone near her would seem irrelevant as all the focus was on her. However, today seemed to be different as Yuna approached a student, which she had never done. She stopped in front of a young girl, and with her height, she easily loomed over the student. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Yuna's lips twitched and twisted into an arc. It was a horrifying smile that felt like it was reminding you that compared to her, you're nothing. Yuna then said something intelligible, but the students assumed it was something bad as the girl ran off crying. As they watched the leaving figure of Yuna, they sighed tiredly and continued their day. Yuna POV. I groaned and rested my chin on my hands. It seems like I had to be alone in this life as well. Around me were empty desks that nobody seemed to want to sit at. Luckily, I chose a window seat, so I could at least distract myself from the loneliness. In front of me was laughter as a group of students gathered around a table. There were 3 boys and 1 girl playing the game of Duel Monsters. Their appearance was familiar, as they were the people I'd seen on a screen. I particularly stared at the short boy as he explained the rules to his friends. Yugi, the main character of Yugioh, and the one that held the Millennium Puzzle. I observed with interest another person that piqued my curiosity, the tall boy sitting across the room. Kaiba, Yugi's rival. Seeing these two here made me realize that I'm in the world of Yugioh, or else I would feel doubt. The class soon began, and everyone returned to their seat. Surprisingly, the desks beside me were filled, but the people sitting there were desperately averting their gazes. I sighed once more, causing people near me to flinch. Am I that scary? The lessons were relatively normal, and I ignored the teacher while focused on my system screen. The ultra-rare card I received yesterday really surprised me. I hovered at the inventory section and read the card for the 100th time. Name: Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Rank: UR. Attack: 2,800. Defense: 2,800. Description: if this card is special summoned from the graveyard, you can target 1 monster your opponent controls or in their graveyard. Banish it. And if you do, this card gains ATK and def equal to the banished monster's original level / rank x100. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can target 1 level 7 or 8 dragon-type monsters in the graveyard, except Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Special summon it to your field. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Seeing it made my mood sour. Ultra rare. My ass, wasn't that a rare card? Where's my ultra rare? I still remember what happened last night, and I really felt that I was being played with. Flashback. What is this? Isn't this a rare card? I'm being scammed. Glitch detected within system. The UR ticket's appearance was altered, and in actuality, it's a rare ticket. Then apologize. I demand a refund. I screamed. Unfortunately, the user has already utilized the ticket given. What? So, I don't even get a refund? Flashback end. I clicked my teeth and startling the classmates beside me. There's no point complaining about it now. No matter what I say or do, the system won't allow it. At least in terms of rare cards, what I received was pretty lucky. In my original world, the card itself didn't seem to play much, but it wasn't a bad card as it was used in some dragon-based deck. However, this card may truly make a difference for me right now. Completing the first task may not seem so difficult. However, summoning it was a lot different matter. To fully utilize the effect, I need to special summon the dragon from the graveyard, and I only have one Monster Reborn. There were other cards that could do the same, but Monster Reborn was all I get right now. Otherwise, Felgran will only be a 2,800 attack beat stick, which wasn't something to scoff at. I sighed as summoning DDLF was already pretty difficult, counting the fact that all my monsters have no effect. I glanced at the young Yugi, intently listening to class. Seems like I need to get some cards, and I know just the right place.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Next day, Una POV. I checked the directions on my phone and stared at the small building with anxiety. Came Game, a store that sold Duel Monsters cards, and it was also the shop managed by Yugi's grandfather. You may be wondering why I would go somewhere like this. Well, wouldn't you? This was the place where it all started, and I will be damned if I don't visit here once in my lifetime. Gathering my minuscule amount of courage, I entered with shaky steps. When I opened the door, the smell of fresh books assaulted my nostrils. I approached the counter where there was an old man with gray hair, wearing a green apron with a dark black cap that covered his messy hair. The man smiled upon my arrival. "Hello, how may I help you?" I froze and cautiously stared at the man. His full name was Solomon Muto, grandfather of Yugi. I wanted to return the greeting, but words won't leave my lips. After minutes of standing idly like a weirdo, I pointed at a card on the glass counter. "Ah, you're interested in dueling monsters?" Grandpa Muto said with a soft smile. I nodded, and he placed the card I pointed on the counter. I gently picked it up, and I couldn't describe my excitement. On the picture of the card was a large pot with a smiling face. Pot of Greed, a spell card that allows the user to draw 2 cards. A card that was banned in Yugioh and deemed one of the most powerful cards in the game. That same card right now was in my hand, and it wasn't even banned yet. How much?" I muttered. "That card," Grandpa Muto repeated. "That's 65 yen. 65 yen? Was it only that cheap?" A/N. "That's around 50 cents. I stared dumbfounded and shyly held up 3 fingers. Grandpa Muto smiled and packed the cards in the bag. I then pointed at the other cards, and they were apparently just as cheap as Pot of Greed. Graceful Charity? Call of the Haunted? Foolish Burial? Mahaha, they're all mine. I snickered and continuously by those powerful cards. I raised my head and noticed Grandpa Muto staring at me with a worried expression. No way did my face show. Kiao, it's so embarrassing. Are you sure you want those cards? They're cheap because they aren't that good, Grandpa Muto explained. What? Did you say that they're not good? Excuse me, I think my ears have malfunctioned. He really just said it right? Sensing my doubting gaze, Grandpa Muto cleared his throat. Cards that just send other cards in the graveyard for no reason? I don't really know why they made cards like that. I felt like I'm going to vomit blood. If anyone else in my words hears this, they will tell you to switch to a different game because obviously, you don't know how to play Yugioh. But right now, the one that's telling me this was none other than the grandfather of the Duel King, which makes my headache even worse. It's okay, I mumbled. Grandpa Muto smiled. Well, as long as you're happy. I hugged the bag close to my chest and made my way toward the door with fast steps, as that was already enough interaction for today. Bam! Suddenly, the door to the store was swung open with force. I was knocked to the side as 3 large men dressed in suits entered. They marched towards the counter, and the man in the middle pointed at Grandpa Muto with scrutiny. Solomon Muto, you are coming with us? He stated. May I ask what for? Grandpa Muto responded with a frown. Master Kaiba wished you duel you for your treasured card, they declared. Grandpa Muto scoffed. What if I decline? I'm sorry. We must insist, or else we may have to use force. The man warned as the 2 bodyguards stepped forward and revealed. Holy sh*t. Was that a gun? I watched quietly like a mouse, hoping that they wouldn't notice me if I didn't make a noise. Grandpa Muto wasn't fazed by the weapons, and even cursed Kaiba, calling him a naive brat who didn't understand the real purpose of the game. As I watched this tense scene, I muttered a praise of bravery for Grandpa Muto as he continued to ramble on, not afraid that the guards would actually use the guns on him. Eventually, he agreed and followed the three men. Wait a minute. I remember now that they were going to meet Kaiba, right? This was a significant opportunity right before my eyes. Get a hold of yourself, Yuna. You can't let this go. Third POV. As the four men went through the door, Solomon stopped as he felt someone grabbing his sleeve. He turned and saw the shy girl pinching his clothes tightly. Take me with you? Solomon understood what Yuna was saying and shook his head. No, it's dangerous. I obviously couldn't let you get involved. He tried to shake Yuna off, but she held on. Can help. Yuna raised her head and stared into Solomon's eyes. Despite the emotionless face, Solomon could see the fierce determination in her eyes that made him want to trust her. You don't have to force yourself, he said with a wry smile. At first, he was surprised by Yuna's unapproachable attitude. Solomon realized that she was really just a timid girl, so he assumed that she must be terrified. Unbeknownst to him, what Yuna was actually thinking was how much profit she could gain right now. Want help? She said with resolve, and Solomon eventually agreed. Yuna POV. Currently, we're in a black luxurious car and being taken to Kaiba Corp HQ, a multimillionaire company managed by Seto Kaiba himself. Knowing this information, I always wondered that even if Kaiba was so rich already, why does he need to attend a normal high school? He's pretty much like a loner like me, so I don't really understand his choices. But since I'm not a millionaire, so if I could only judge him on a common sense level. As I was saying, the ride was pretty comfortable in itself, and I spent the time organizing my deck through the system while also rechecking the task. During my time at the shop, I concluded that right now was the best moment for me to complete the first task. If I could defeat Kaiba in a duel, it would easily make me known as a strong duelist. Also, wouldn't rescuing Grandpa Muto be a win for me as well? The way I see it, he's going to be so grateful that at the minimum I could get a discount in his store. This was obviously a golden opportunity for me. Why the heck would I ignore this? While I was thinking of my reward when I win, I felt someone tapping my shoulder. It's okay. They won't really hurt us. Grandpa Muto soothed. I'm not really scared, you know? Why would you think I'm terrified? Unfortunately, all I could muster from my mouth was a weak yes, further amplifying the misunderstanding. Me and my speech impediment. We eventually arrived and were ushered out of the vehicle. I stopped before the building and was pretty impressed. Kaiba Corp HQ was a tall skyscraper with two statues of Blue Eyes White Dragon by the entrance. I was impressed by Kaiba's obsession with BWD, but it wasn't explained why other than that it was his main summon in the Egyptian time. But still, this might be too much. As we entered the building, we were guided toward the elevators. The ride was long and uneventful as nobody opened their mouth. When the elevator stopped, we stepped into a large office. The room had a wall made of glass that allowed people to overlook the entire city. At the end of the room was a large desk, and there sat a tall young man with brown hair and sharp features. He watched us with narrowed eyes as Grandpa Muto and I approached the desk. Third POV. Seto stared at the two before him. He was satisfied with his subordinate's result of successfully bringing Solomon here, but frowned when he glanced at the girl behind the old man. Yuna Sano was someone that always has a mysterious charm floating around her. She gave the reputation of being perfect and elegant while keeping everyone away. But why was she here? What was his relationship with this old man? These unknown variables made Seto feel cautious as he stood up. He eyed Solomon, who was watching him calmly. You have something that I want. I told you, boy. I'm not handing that card to you, Solomon replied sternly. I already gave you your chances, geezer. Seto growled. This time, I will take it by force. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, you will give me that card, he declared while pointing at Solomon. Then if I win, I will give you my most valuable card. Very well. I will teach you a lesson on respect, Solomon responded. Good, follow me, old man. Seto scoffed and walked towards the elevator with Solomon following close behind. Wait, A soft voice froze them in their tracks as they turned around. Yuna clenched her fists tightly as she stared at Sito. Fight me. Sito couldn't believe what he was hearing. Fight her? As in a duel. He clicked his teeth. No, I'm busy. Scared. What did you say? Sito scowled and glared at her. Yuna coldly stared back as Sito subconsciously shivered. He felt that her eyes were piercing into his soul and mocking him simultaneously. How dare you taunt me? Do you know who I am? Yes. What? Fight. Yuna answered and stood her ground. Solomon was surprised watching this exchange. He could sense the confidence extruding from her and thought that Yuna might have something on her sleeve. So what? You have nothing to offer me, Sito replied. Yuna grasped her chin and seemed to be deep in thought. Her eyes showed a conflicting emotion before returning to firm determination. Have a card. What, you want? Impossible, Sito frowned. There's no card I can't obtain. Don't tempt me with lies. And not lie. Yuna shook her head. Why? You can't get only one. Sito's eyes widened as he interpreted her word. A card he couldn't get, and she has it? Silence dominates the room, and they stared at each other. Let's get this over with. Sito gave in to his curiosity as the elevator door opened. Before Yuna could accompany Sito, Solomon stopped her. You shouldn't risk it, he warned. Yuna shook her head. I want. Then take this. Solomon gave Yuna a card, and her eyes widened. Since it's supposed to be my fight, the least I could do was to give you this card. See? Can I? Solomon nodded as they all went in. 10 minutes later, the trio went underground to the Kaiba Crop HQ, where a massive stadium awaits them. Yuna and Solomon stared in awe at the complex construction, while Sito walks to one side of the field. This is the virtual stadium. I designed it myself, and I believe it will make the game more interesting. Sito boasted. He ordered Yuna to press the button on the monitor. She nodded and hesitantly interacted with the computer on the side. Boom! The technology activated, and together, they were lifted off the ground. Since this is my place, we will play by my rules. We will each have 2,000 life points, and the first one that reaches 0 loses. Yuna agreed as she placed her deck in the designated area. Sito smirked. You better be ready. I won't show you any mercy. Yuna closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her eyes snapped open and her aura changed dramatically. Sito was caught off guard by her change in attitude. Yugioh was her life, and she dedicated her entire being to it. She won't let her personal issues get in the way. Her breathing relaxed, and she lost her focus to her surroundings. Yuna met eyes with Kaiba and smirked. Yuna was ready. It's time to duel. X2. Yuna, 2000 LP. Sito, 2000 LP. Yuna POV. It's time to duel. Kaiba and I shouted in unison. Sito Kaiba, 2000 LP. Yuna Sano, 2000 LP. What's happening? I placed my hand over my chest and felt my beating heart. It's calm. Why am I not scared? Why can I speak normally? I stared ahead as Kaiba played his first card. I summoned Hitatsumi Giant. He yelled, Hitatsumi Giant. 1200 attack, 1000 defense. The space between us lit up like a Christmas light as an enormous green cyclops emerged. The monster's pupil dialed on me and roared, and it felt so real as I instinctively covered myself with my arms. Even if I knew it was an illusion, seeing it now still frightened me. I took a deep breath and looked at the monster in amazement. This was what dueling was about. My eyes shined in awe, and my shoulders trembled in excitement. However, Kaiba seemed to take that as a sign of fear as he smirked. It's not over yet. I used the equipped spell Invigoration. My Hitatsumi Giant now gains 400 attacks and 200 defenses. Hitatsumi Giant. 1200-1600 attack, 1000-1200 defense. I will then set a card in my turn, Kaiba announced, and a face-down card appeared on the back of the field. I end my turn. Let's see how you fare against that. He laughed with arrogance. I drew my card and relaxed my mind. I encouraged myself and cleared my throat. For the first time in years, I yelled at the top of my lungs, full of confidence. First, I use Foolish Burial and send one of my monsters from my deck to my graveyard. I took my deck and searched for the card I wanted. I smiled as I slid that card into the graveyard. Kaiba, who was watching me, scoffed. Have you played before? Why would you waste a monster like that? Oomph. I pouted and ignored him as I continued my turn. I will summon Alligator Sword in attack position, I said while a lizard wearing armor appeared on the field. It wields a massive ornamental scimitar and waves the weapon intimidatingly. Alligator Sword. 1500 attack, 1200 defense. Next, I will play Banner of Courage. During the battle phase, my monsters will gain 200 or more attacks. I shouted, and a large flag appeared on the side of my field. Now, Alligator Sword, attack Hitsumi Giant. I pointed at Kaiba's monster. Alligator Sword roared and charged toward the Cyclops. The Banner of Courage emitted a strange light, engulfing my monster, and the lizard roared as strength entered its body. Alligator Sword. 1500 dash, 1700 attack, 1200 defense. With newfound power, Alligator swung its sword, and the giant was slashed into pieces. Tisk, Kaiba clicked his teeth as his life points dropped. Cedo Kaiba, 2000 LP dash, 1900 LP. I will also set one card face down and end my turn, I said in a calm tone. Kaiba drew his card, and his smile widened. Seems like the match has already ended. I frowned and felt a bad premonition happening. I commend you for coming this far, but it's over. First, I use Ancient Rules. An old map appeared on the field. Ancient Rules allows me to summon a level 5 or more monster from my hand. A level 5 or more? Could it be? Noticing my disturbed expression, Kaiba laughed. Yes, I showcase to you my trump card. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Go! A monstrous roar shook the stadium as an enormous dragon manifested out of thin air. The dragon was blue, with 2 massive wings growing from its back. The creature has sharp claws and rows of sharp teeth, and the dragon's howl bursts my eardrum. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3000 attack, 2500 defense. Now, Blue Eyes White Dragon, destroy that garbage monster, Kaiba ordered. The dragon soared into the sky and dived down on the Alligator Sword, instantly killing it. I clicked my teeth and saw my life points draining right before my eyes. Unisano, 2000 LP dash, 500 LP. Damn, one attack has already taken more than half of my life points. Things were not looking good. Kaiba smirked. Now, I will activate Mystical Typhoon to destroy that lousy banner. It's over. I will end you on my next turn. I drew a card with a calm expression. I will set one of my monsters to face down. Then I will set another card. And in my turn, 2 cards appeared both face down on my side. And I watched Kaiba, who was grinning so wide that his lips were reaching his ears. No matter your reputation at school, it seems like you're still mediocre at best. This is goodbye. Third POV. Cedo drew his card, and he chuckled with a face full of arrogance. I first summoned Lord of D. Lord of D. 1200 attack, 1000 defense. Then I use Flu of Summoning Dragons. That allows me to summon 2 more dragon-type monsters from my hand. Cedo announced. 2 more dragons. Yuna muttered. So it seems... Yes. I special summoned 2 more Blue Eyes White Dragons. Cedo bellowed. Be proud to be faced with my full power. 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons were summoned, and they roared at Yuna. Together with the third, they truly made a horrifying presence that made her feel that she was going to collapse. Solomon, who was watching on the sidelines, grimaced. Would I even win if I was the one up there? He muttered. The old man stared at the young girl, facing Cedo, and he felt shame. Why would he agree to let her duel? It's my fault, Solomon thought. I should have been the one fighting. Grandpa! A young voice yelled. Solomon turned around and saw Yugi and his friends running toward him. They stopped to catch their breath and were relieved to know that he was okay. However, their expressions stiffened when they noticed the battle happening right before them. Hey, that's Sano-san, right? Why was she dueling? Joey wondered out loud. Another question was, why is she fighting Kaiba? Yugi added. They were greatly confused. The last person they would expect to play cards was standing right there. The group felt like their reality was shaken, and they turned to Solomon for an explanation. The old man sighed as he retold the story of how he was forced to duel Sito, but Yuna herself stepped up and even bargained her cards to protect him. Everyone felt a tremendous amount of respect for the beautiful girl. They all thought that Yuna was a cold person, but who knew she could be so kind? Unbeknownst to them, her actual reason for battling was to gain profits, but that's something Yuna herself will never admit. Hey, but isn't she losing? T asked, and they all had complicated expressions. Yes, at this rate, she will lose. Yugi answered with a sad tone. They couldn't do anything, but watch as Yuna would get destroyed by Sito's monsters. Ha ha, seems like more people will witness your defeat. Sito mocked when he noticed the crew. My blue eyes annihilated her with burst stream of destruction. In unison, the three BWD opened their mouth and fired a white beam. Boom! Smoke littered the field as everyone waited for the aftermath with bated breath. However, once the smoke settled, their eyes widened with shock as Yuna's life points were seemingly unchanged. Before you attack, I activated my trap card. Wakaboo. For this turn, I take no battle damage, and monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. Yuna yelled as one of the trap cards she set revealed itself. You only extend your life for one turn, and I will win soon enough. Sito shrugged without a care in the word. I will end my turn for now. Yuna smiled as she drew her card. Unfortunately, the one loss will be you. Sito's eyebrows narrowed. Stop joking. Can't you see the situation you're in? Yuna merely laughed before staring with confidence. I use Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards. She added 2 more cards in her hand before playing another. Then I use Graceful Charity, which allows me to draw 3 more cards and discard 2. In it with a Fruitless Axe. You can draw as many cards as you want, but you will never beat my dragons, Sito declared with pride. Yuna drew 3 cards, and her eyes shone with relief. She discarded 2 cards and crossed her arms. You continued to taunt, but unfortunately, you couldn't predict your loss. Ina, I used a spell which removes 1 set trap or spell card on the field. Sito frowned as he watched his set card explode into 1,000,000 pieces. So what? Sito, destroying me the set card is not enough. Yuna ignored him and activated another spell card. I use Monster Reborn. I will special summon a monster from my graveyard. Special summon as many as you want, but no monsters can beat my blue eyes, Sito retorted. However, what if I tell you there is? Yuna said, you have shown me our trump card, but now it's time to show mine. The creature that has been resting in my graveyard all this time. I call upon you, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Boom. The ground rumbled as a golden portal appeared. A fast figure burst out of the warp gate and displayed its beauty upon everyone. It was a dragon the same size as the blue eyes with golden armor plating covering its body. 2 large wings grew from its back, and steel spikes ran along its body. The monster's red reptilian pupil zoned in on the monsters on Kaiba's side and howled with elegance. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800 attack, defense. 2,800 defense. So that's the rare card you have been talking about? Kaiba chided, it's useless. Its attack was weaker than my dragon's. That may be true. Yuna smiled wryly, but Felgrand's first effect activated. Once I special summoned this monster from the graveyard, I can banish 1 monster my opponent controls, and then Felgrand will gain attack and defense equal to the banished monster's original level / rank x 100. I banish one of your blue eyes. What? Sito muttered in shock as he watched one of his blue eyes die right before his very eyes. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800-3,600 attack. 2,800-3,600 defense. Now my monster is much stronger than your blue eyes white dragons. Yuna yelled, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack one of his blue eyes. Felgrand roared and vanished in a blink of an eye. The monster bit a blue eyes white dragon in the throat, killing it. Sito Kaiba. 1,900 LP-1,300 LP. Damn, but it's not enough. I still have 1 blue eyes left on the field, and you can't possibly destroy it. Oh yes, I can, Yuna responded, Felgrand's second ability activated. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can target one level 7 or 8 dragon-type monsters in the graveyard, except Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Special summon it to my field. Yuna. I choose the Blue Eyes White Dragon from my graveyard. Everyone. I see. Solomon smiled, realizing her intention. So that's her plan all along. What do you mean, Grandpa? Yugi asked. Solomon smirked. The blue eye she summoned was mine. I gave it to her earlier to help her win against Kaiba. The group. Go. A Blue Eyes White Dragon appeared on Yuna's field. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. Since it's still my battle phase, I will use my blue eyes to kill yours. But both Blue Eyes White Dragon are both going to die. They have the same attack. Sito yelled. Yuna didn't as she shrugged, and the two Blue Eyes White Dragons killed each other. Finally, my last move. I use Call by the Haunted I've set earlier and revive my Blue Eyes White Dragon. Sito was too shocked even to speak as he understood it was all over. Rise my blue eyes and attack King of D. Roar. Boom. Sito Kaiba. 1300 LP-0 LP. Yuna POV. As Kaiba's life points dropped to 0, he collapsed onto his knees and dropped the cards in his hand. His face was full of shock, and he couldn't accept his defeat. I patted my chest and felt my thumping heart. My breathing was shaking as the adrenaline was still coursing through my body. That battle was unlike any duel I have ever played. Everything felt so real. Was this what it feels like to be a real duelist? I watched as the virtual monsters slowly disappeared from the field, and the device automatically turned off. I was let down from the platform and was immediately confronted by a group of people. Sana-san. I heard them calling my name. When they got closer, my eyes widened. Why were the main characters here? I stared dumbfoundedly at Yugi and his friends as strange scenarios played in my head. Oh God, I didn't do anything weird right. I definitely said some cringy things during that duel. What were those looks you're giving me? Turn away, don't stare. Wah, my social life went down the drain right before my very eyes. Oh wait, that probably died long ago. I never knew you were so good at dueling Sano. Joey praised. Yes, that's right. That's amazing. T added. Tristan, you showed him Kaiba all right. It was really an outstanding feat, Yugi said with a smile. All these praises feel so embarrassing. What were does looks, the smiles? They're too bright. My retina burned. So much positive energy was directed my way, its longest, biggest weakness. I groaned and lowered my head, so I don't have to see their admiring gazes. I hurriedly barged past them and approached Grandpa Muto. If I stay with that group any longer, I'm going to faint from their outgoing auras. I stopped before the old man and nervously held out the Blue Eyes White Dragon he gave me. Earlier, I was really caught off guard when he handed me that card as it was his prized possession. I would have gladly kept it, but my consciousness and my pride in being a Yugioh player. So with a regretful feeling, I returned the card. At least I should be glad that Kaiba didn't tear it in half, or else I would have really gone mad. Grandpa Muto grinned with pride and he laughed. To think you're such a great duelist. Good work. And I averted my gaze and groaned. I muffled a sigh. Seems like my anxiety returned, and I could barely speak again. Do I really change when I duel? I don't really understand, but it's nice to know that I won't be too afraid to say anything during a fight, or else I might as well give up my duelist dream right then and there. Grandpa Muto laughed even louder as he patted my shoulder like a master, being proud of their disciple. I felt my face heating up with awkwardness. Damn, these guys are way too kind. Thankfully, I managed to escape and finally went towards Kaiba, who was still lying there in a daze while muttering something unintelligible. I hesitantly poked him, and he flinched. Kaiba glimpsed at me with sunken eyes as I nervously opened my mouth. Lost, I said. Card. I reminded Kaiba of our wager. He stared at his deck and gulped. It was obvious that he was unwilling to follow through, but knowing his personality, his pride won't allow him to weasel his way out. Kaiba reluctantly gave me his deck, and I eagerly skimmed through his cards. He watched anxiously, and with every flip of a card, His breathing became tenser. Eventually, I found a card I wanted and presented it to him. He snatched it out of my hand and frowned. "You want this?" I nodded, and he gnashed his teeth. "Stop fooling around. You would definitely take my blue eyes white dragon, won't you?" "What were you on about? Didn't I show you the card I wanted?" Kaiba didn't seem to believe me, and I felt that I'm being treated as an idiot. I shook my head. "Want this?" Kaiba still seemed doubtful. "Your jokes aren't funny. I told you I'm not joking. I want this card. Screw your dragons. Just gave it to me. Serious," I said calmly. "This card?" Kaiba scoffed and tossed the card toward me, and I caught it in midair. He stood up, and his height easily towers over me. Kaiba glared and whispered in a rageful tone, "Next time, I won't lose." "I'm okay. Does it kind of sound like you just set up a flag for yourself?" Without a word, he left with quick steps. Kaiba must have assumed that I would change my mind and take his blue eyes white dragon, so it's best to get his wives out of there. Well, I don't blame him, as the BWD seriously looked very tempting. I read the card in my hand. It was a spell card, and the picture of the card showed an image of a woman as she holding a love heart in her hands. On one side, the woman has the appearance of an angel, while on the other was a demon. Name: Change of Heart. Description: select and control one opposing monster, regardless of position, until the end of your turn. My lips slowly formed a smile. Another card that was deemed severely overpowered in modern times. This was definitely better than a dragon any day. Suddenly a bell noise rang inside my head, and a display appeared before my eyes. Task 1 complete. Collect reward. I happily accepted and watched eagerly as my credits went up from 0 to 600. Grandpa Muto appeared beside me and huffed as he watched Kaiba leaving. "What card did he give you? Surely he gave you one of his blue eyes white dragon?" I shook my head and showed him my new card. Seeing my reward, Grandpa Muto frowned. "That lying brat, does he have no shame?" "What are you talking about? This was already as great as the blue eyes white dragon, you know?" "No, better." I tried to explain, and thankfully he seemed to get my point. "If you're satisfied, then I won't argue any further." Grandpa Muto sighed. "I still haven't thanked you for what you've done. Next time you visit, you will definitely get some special benefits." My ears twitched, and I held my breath. "Whoa, yeses. That's what I'm talking about." Luckily, I made sure not to let my smug face show and bowed. With all matters settled, I returned home thinking I would get some rest, but oh boy, how wrong I am. A week later, Yuna's POV. I lay on my bed while fiddling with the system. Name: Yunisano. Title: The One Who Defeated the Champion. Credit: 200. Task: Inventory. Shop. Almost a week has passed since my victory over Kaiba. Things have been relatively quiet. Kaiba has stopped coming to school recently, and when he does come, he ignores me like I'm air. I assumed he wanted to forget about his humiliating loss. It's okay, I get it. It definitely didn't hurt or anything. Also, by beating Kaiba, I wonder what had changed. I'm not sure if Kaiba now would see Yugi as a rival, since I basically stole the spotlight. But somehow, I felt like I didn't have to worry too much. They have to cross paths one day, you know, with the ancestral history of dual monsters and everything. So, no matter what I do, it should probably be okay. Anyway, along with Kaiba's defeat, I also gained 600 credits for my system shops. With that amount, I could only get 1 rare card or 3 standard cards. The super rare and ultra rare cards were truly expensive, with the super rares costing 1,800 credits while ultra rare cost 5,400 credits, which was 3 times as much as the super rares. Don't even get me started on the structure decks, as they cost even more. One day, you know, fortunately, the cards I wanted there relatively cheaper, and I decided to use 400 of my credits to purchase 2 common cards. 2 of them were monsters while 1 was a spell, all related to the Felgrand series. Name: Guardian of Felgrand. Type: Monster, level 4. Attack: 500. Defense: 500. Description: if this card is normal or special summoned, you can equip 1 level 7 or 8 dragon-type monsters from your hand or graveyard to this card. This card gains ATK and def equal to half the ATK and def of the monster equipped to it by this effect. You contribute 1 monster in this card, then target 1 level 7 or 8 dragon-type monsters in your graveyard. Special summon it. Name: Return of the Dragon Lords. Type: Spell. Description: Target 1 level 7 or 8 dragon monster in your GY. Special summon it. If a dragon monsters you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish this card from your GY instead. My options were somewhat limited, and these 2 cards were the best I could get. Thankfully, I still got a lot of extra cards I bought from Grandpa Mudo. After being rewarded, I may or may not have been abusing his discount lately. Well, who wouldn't? It's fine as long we're both happy, right? Thanks to Grandpa Mudo, I was able to get many cards at very cheap prices. They were cards I barely used, but it's best to have them since it would give me alternatives. Also, it's very cheap, so my wallet won't take a dent from the purchases. Ding dong. The doorbell to my house echoed loudly, and I sat up from my bed. Strange, who would come to find me at this time? I don't recall hanging out with anyone. Perhaps. I jumped onto my feet and cursed. I sprinted towards the door and swung it open with great force. There it was, an ominous white box resting outside my entrance. I gulped and hesitantly picked up the package. I went inside and placed it on the table. I nervously pranced around the room while eyeing the box. Oh God, please don't be what I think it was. I gathered my courage and carefully opened the package. Inside a weird gauntlet, 2 stars, and a VHS tape. Damn it, I muttered and grabbed the VHS tape. Knowing what awaited me inside this VHS, I didn't really feel like I should play it. Pegasus, that crazy madman. Unfortunately, I don't have a grandpa for his soul to get taken in case I lose, so I think it's best if I don't risk it. I approached the bin and held the tape between my fingers. Task 2. Impress Maximilian Pegasus during the Shadow Duel. Reward: 3,000 credits. I froze and stared at the display that suddenly appeared. Well, 3,000 credits sounds really alluring right now. Wait, Yuna, this was a shadow game we're talking about. Your life's important, but with that many credits, just how many good cards can I get? After debating for an hour, I shrugged and excitedly shoved the VHS into a record player I found in my living room. The device began to play, and a man appeared on the screen. He wore a bright red suit with long white hair covering one side of his face. Greetings, my name is Maximilian Pegasus, the president of Industrial Illusions and the creator of Duel Monster. Unisato, I have heard of your recent victory against Seto Kaiba. Pegasus smiled. You intrigued me. Alright, thank you, but your looks were giving me creepy vibes. Without knowing my inner thoughts, Pegasus continued to speak. Your skill interests me so much that I wish to have a duel with you. How about it? We will play for 15 minutes, and the one with the highest life points in that time wins? He didn't even wait for me to answer, and my surroundings turned dark. I felt an eerie coldness, and time seemed to freeze in place. Welcome to the Shadow Realm, Pegasus announced with pride. Do you know the cards we're using are magical? Oh, you don't seem to be surprised? Pegasus chuckled with amusement. What were you talking about? I'm pretty surprised, you know. Can't you see my eyes widening by like 3 centimeters? No matter, let's have some fun, shall we? He said, and drew 5 cards. Wait, I stopped him before our duel. Can prepare. Pegasus was stopped in his tracks, and he burst into laughter. All right, go for it. However, no matter what you do, it won't help. Hold on. What is that supposed to mean? I glanced at his amused smile, and I would do anything to wipe the grin right off his face. I checked through my inventory, and an idea formulated in my mind. Fine, I was going to make a regular deck, but now you really set me off. I will make this duel the most painful one of your life. After a few minutes of rebuilding my deck, I took a deep breath. Ready? Let's begin then. Pegasus scoffed. Duel X2. Third POV. Unisano. 2000 LP. Maximilian Pegasus. 2000 LP. Pegasus smiled as he made his first move. I will first set 1 card and a monster both in face-down position. Then I will end my turn. Hey, do you want to raise the ante a little? He suddenly asked as Una flinched. She stared at the man suspiciously. What are you planning? Pegasus was slightly caught off guard when Una spoke in a perfect sentence as she uses broken words earlier. He hummed and tapped his finger on the desk. I'm hosting a tournament, and if you lose, I wish for you to attend. That's it? Yuna asked. Hearing this, Pegasus frowned. Were you expecting more? Yuna shook her head before muttering something that Pegasus couldn't hear. She eventually raised her head and stared. What will happen if I win? Pegasus froze before erupting into laughter. That we will talk about when you win. For now, please play your card. 2 minutes have already passed, and he still hasn't seen what she's capable of. Thankfully, Yuna agreed and drew her card. All right, prepare yourself, she warned. Pegasus suddenly felt a shiver down his spine, and he twitched. What was that feeling of unease just then? He thought. He dispelled the unnatural feeling and activated his Millennium Eye. He observed Yuna's current hand and frowned. They're all traps and spells? Where were the monsters? Pegasus smiled wryly and felt disappointed, like others told him. Maybe Yuna really won using luck, and he was wasting his time. No monsters, what kind of deck did she even build? He deemed that it was useless probing her mind, since he assumed Yuna's panicking right now. However, he could be never all wrong. I will first set 2 cards to face down, and in my turn, Yuna smiled innocently. Did you really end your turn? Pegasus muttered. Yes. She grinned. Pegasus drew his card and chuckled. Acting doesn't work against me. I can see through everything, he boasted. I summoned Flying Elephant in attack position. Flying Elephant. 1850 attack, 1300 defense. Pegasus. Then I will reveal my set monster. Dark Rabbit. Dark Rabbit. 1100 attack, 1500 defense. My monster will now attack. Pegasus ordered. Seems like it will end quicker than I expected. Not so fast. Yuna yelled and flipped one of her set cards. I used Wabaku. All attacks are negated. The 2 monsters stopped their actions and stood still in a daze. Pegasus clicked his teeth. That trap only saved you momentarily. Let us continue then. Yuna smirked and drew her card from her deck. I will reveal my set card. Behold my trap card, Solemn Wish. I will gain 500 LP every time I draw a card. Pegasus's brows furrowed. Why would she use a card like that? She has no monsters that could protect herself. Even if she does, I can summon a 3rd monster soon, so why? Wait! Pegasus's eyes widened and used his Millennium Eye again. His mouth opened, and he finally understood her strategy. I use Pot of Greed! Yuna shouted. A large smirking green pot appeared on the field. The pot showed its large tongue, as if mocking Pegasus before vanishing. Yuna picked up 2 cards and smiled. Yuna Sano. 2000 LP dash, 3000 LP. Then I will use Pot of Greed again. Wah! Pegasus muttered as he helplessly watched Yuna draw another 2 cards. Yuna Sano. 3000 LP dash for 1000 LP. Thankfully, he noticed Yuna have run out of the Pot of Greed in her hand, and he sighed with relief. Unfortunately, it was only the beginning. Yuna. I then use Graceful Charity. I can draw 3 cards while discarding 2 cards from my hand. Yuna Sano. 4000 LP dash, 5500 LP. Pegasus watched Agape as Yuna's life points increased to an absurd level. If anyone else should hear about this, they would naturally deem it a myth. Yet that unbelievable event was happening right before his eyes. I will use my final Pot of Greed. Yuna Sano. 5500 LP dash, 6500 LP. Her hands were filled with cards, and Pegasus thought that any second it will all fall down in a pile. Yuna then set 1 monster card and 1 spell/trap card onto the field. Are you finished? Pegasus asked with a strained smile. Nope. Yuna cheerfully replied. I will use card destruction. We each discard all our cards in our hands and draw the same number of cards that we discarded. Pegasus gulped and counted the cards in her hands. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. He counted as he felt a massive headache rising. Even with the Millennium Eye, what could he do to stop this onslaught? Yuna and Pegasus discarded all their cards and draw the same amount. The man stared pitifully at the massive amount of life points. Yuna Sano. 6500 LP dash, 11500 LP. Now I will end my turn. Yuna smiled mischievously. Your move. Pegasus stared at Yuna in a daze. He hesitantly picked up a card. I use Monster Reborn, and I will revive my Ryuran that I discarded back from my graveyard," he said with clenched teeth. A small egg appeared on the field. The shell split open as 2 legs and arms burst out from the side. A pair of bright yellow eyes peeked through the cracks, and the monster growled angrily. Ryuran, 2,200 attack, 2,600 defense. There's no need for concern. She merely has high health, and with only 1 monster and 1 set card on the field. I just have to keep dwindling her health, and I will succeed. Pegasus smiled and persuaded himself. Then I play negative energy. My Dark-type monsters will have their attack doubled. Dark Rabbit, 1,100 dash, 2,200 attack, 1,500 defense. Now attack! Pegasus yelled. Hold on. Yuna restored and flipped open her set card. Once again, I will use Wabaku. Pegasus's monster attacked, but they dealt no damage. However, in doing so, they have successfully revealed the face-down monster on Yuna's field, and he recoiled in shock. It was a tiny jar made of a strange black metal. The vase tipped over and revealed a large eye and mouth within. It giggled, and Yuna said in a clear voice, "My monster morphing jar's ability has been activated. Once flipped, both of us have to discard as many cards from our hands as possible and draw 5 cards." Pegasus wanted to scream and jump through the TV at this absurd strategy he was witnessing. However, as the one who initiated the duel, he must follow the rules. Thus they discarded all the cards in their hand and redrew 5 more cards. Unisano, 11,500 LP dash 14,000 LP. F 14,000. Pegasus mumbled. He sighed and ran his hand across his hair. I am my turn. Yuna smirked as it was her turn once more. Yuna, 14,000 LP dash 14,500 LP. She stared at her card, and her smile widened even more. Pegasus scowled and hurriedly checked the card in her hand with his Millennium Eye. His face turned pale, and he dropped the cards in his hand. I will use Sword of Revealing Light. This card will be destroyed automatically during the end phase of your 3rd turn. However, when this card was activated and on the field, all monsters you control won't be able to attack. Dozens of bright swords dropped from above and surrounded Pegasus's monsters, trapping them. I will end my turn, Yuna said. Pegasus clenched his fist. This was the first time he felt this humiliated before. He couldn't do a thing to stop her from completing this absurd strategy, and now his only hope for a last-ditch attack was gone as well. He glanced at the timer he settled, and only 1 minute remained. Pegasus angrily glared at the girl before him and dejectedly lowered his arms. Yuna POV. I watched as Pegasus surrendered with a hopeless smile and felt a sense of euphoria. How do you like that? Honestly, I got insanely lucky with that duel. Not that I relied everything on luck, but only just a little bit. I promise. I plan my deck based on stalling the game as long as possible. It would only work since Pegasus has set a timer on the game. Otherwise, I would have died. My entire deck only consisted of spells and traps, while only adding a couple of monsters, just in case. I couldn't describe the panic when I used a risky move and discarded my hand using cards of destruction while holding most of my monsters. It truly felt like a heart of the cards moment when I drew the Sword of Revealing Light and trapped Pegasus entirely, crushing his will to continue. Otherwise, I felt that I would be defeated on the following turns. So take that. I resumed my celebration while keeping a composed face. However, my shoulders shook at my all-out effort to control my laughter. Pegasus sensed what my feeling as he sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Noticing his disturbed mood, I stopped. Wait, I shouldn't be laughing, right? Pegasus still controls the Shadow Realm. He won't change his mind and take my soul, right? Right? I averted my gaze and nervously fiddled my thumbs. Pegasus glanced at me, and I instinctively flinched. It was a cold glare devoid of emotions, and I thought my life was over. But the intense feeling disappeared as he laughed. To think there's a strategy like that. He wiped the tear from his eye. Seems like you really beat Kaiba boy with your skills. Unfortunately, another boy I recently dueled didn't meet my expectation. He muttered, Yugi, I asked to confirm my thoughts. Yes, him, Pegasus repeated, but I hope to see his growth in the future. So Pegasus dueled with Yugi anyway? How does that work? But now, thinking about it more properly, I don't think it's impossible. With how frequently I visited Grandpa Muto's store, Pegasus will naturally know about him and eventually discover the Millennium Puzzle in his possession. I glimpsed at Pegasus, who was observing me keenly. When I returned my attention to him, he smirked. This time, it was my loss, but I hope you will still come to my tournament. It would be an honor to have you participate. K. I nodded. Despite him being the antagonist, he sure has some humility. Even if I wasn't invited, I still planned to attend somehow. From the anime, the first place prize was like $3 million. Who in the right might pass a golden opportunity like this? Finally, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you, Pegasus said and held out a paper. The paper passed through my TV screen, which weirded me out, and I hesitantly took it. This? It's the rules for my Duelist Kingdom tournament. I want to have someone of your caliber review it for me. Me? Hold on. Did our duel bring you enlightenment or something? Why were you putting so much pressure on me? You treated me like a nobody a few minutes ago. Don't get me wrong. Pegasus interrupted my thinking and said sternly, I only show respect towards people that deserves it. Hearing being respected by Pegasus himself felt pretty good, and I obediently read through the content. 1. Each player begins the duel with 2,000 life points. 2. Direct attacking the opponent is not allowed. 3. Only one monster is allowed to declare an attack per turn. 4. Players can summon monsters regardless of their levels. 5. If a player fails to summon any monsters during their turn when they didn't control one, they will automatically lose the duel. 6. When a card effect destroys a monster, the card's owner takes damage equal to half of that monster's ATK. What were these stupid rules? I looked at Pegasus with disbelief, but he seemed proud of his creativity. How is it? It's pretty good if I say so myself. However, I shook my head, and his expression immediately turned sour. All these rules sounded so annoying, and I still couldn't accept them as the card game I know and love. There was one that extremely infuriated me that I couldn't accept no matter what. I pointed at rule number 4. Bad. Is that so? Care to elaborate? Pegasus said with a frown. To the best of my ability, I tried to explain that it's useless for monsters to have levels if they can be summoned normally. What will be the point if everything comes down to who got luckier on their drawing? But that's the original rule of duel monsters? Are you suggesting that we should change it entirely? What? So you're saying that has always been a thing? I stared at Pegasus with a deadpan expression and slumped my shoulders. No. Strategy. Pegasus grasped his chin deep in thought. Then I assume you have something in mind? I nodded and began to explain the concept of tributing. I knew this rule was eventually implemented later on during the Battle City arc, but it's best to have these rules early. It wasn't giving me an advantage, since almost everyone has decks filled with normal monsters. Definitely not. Yep, that's an interesting idea, Pegasus muttered and smiled. You're truly an intriguing person. Very well, let's try it. As you said, it would be more fun. Phew. I wiped the imaginary set from my forehead. At least I could convince him. I still wanted to change all the other rules, but as long as I'm careful, I should be fine. Why did I feel like I just set a flag on myself? Anyway, it's unfortunate that our conversation has to end here. It will be goodbye for now. Pegasus waved as he disappeared, and my surroundings returned to normal. I collapsed on the floor tiredly and sighed. Thank goodness I survived. I mumbled. However, I immediately sat up. Wait, didn't I win? Shouldn't I get something? I glared at the TV where Pegasus have already left and screamed. I got scammed. 2 weeks later. This should be everything. I muttered to myself and checked my bag. I have packed clothes, food, and other daily necessities that I needed while outside. Thankfully, the tournament will only last for 2 days, so I don't have to cram as many things. I checked my outfit in the mirror and hoped that it wasn't an embarrassing outfit. I wore a white shirt and jeans and finished everything with a black jacket. I twirled around, checking every nook and cranny before nodding to myself. Yash, time to go. I wandered around my room. Knowing that I won't be here for a while saddened me. This was possibly the only place that I felt safe in, where I could be my real self. Well, it's not like I'm leaving forever. I cheered myself up and grabbed the envelope Pegasus sent a week ago. Inside were a couple of cards. They weren't made for the game, but more for the tournament. I pulled out 2 cards. One has literally no image while named Glory of the King's opposite hand. The other card has the image of a pile of gold and miscellaneous jewels, named Glory of the King's hand. If I remember correctly, the Glory of the King's opposite hand was used to challenge Pegasus in a duel, while Glory of the King's hand was required to enter the fight for the $3 million reward. I excitedly exited my home and got a lift. To reach the duelist kingdom, we were supposed to travel by boat. So to the Domino Pier we go. The ride was relatively quiet, and I wondered why the driver was shaking a lot. I thought I dressed nicely. I eventually arrived at Domino Pier, and my eyes widened in awe. Before me was a gigantic yacht, and I was reminded of how much money Pegasus owned. There were already many people waiting as they formed a singular line while being ushered in. I equipped myself with the dueling gauntlet and placed the 2-star chips I received into the tiny compartment around the glove. Surprisingly, from how it looked, the gauntlet was surprisingly comfortable. With everything ready, I encouraged myself and nervously approached the group. Third POV. As the duelist was waiting to be let in, they all heard a sharp noise of footsteps approaching from behind. Everyone instinctively turned their head and gasped. It was a majestic woman with light blue hair and eyes. She had an appearance of a celebrity, and the people held their breath and watched with awe. However, immediately they all felt a sense of unease. They stared at her face. It was an extremely beautiful face, but strangely, it was exceedingly cold. It felt like her eyes could pierce their souls, and everyone instinctively averted their gaze. The woman pursed her lips. Even that motion was elegant, and people blushed. She continued her steps, and the duelist got out of her way. She approached the bodyguards waiting by the entrance and presented her identification. The men dressed in suits snapped out of their daze and hurriedly checked her invitation. Instantly, their eyes widened. "Ms. Sano, we've been waiting for you." Hearing the flustered voice, everyone tilted their heads in confusion. Sano, if they remember correctly, that's the name of the duelist who defeated Sito. They stared with awe and thought that she had the presence befitting of one that defeated the strongest in Japan. "Hey, let me go." Everyone suddenly turned their heads and spotted 2 officials wrestling with a tall boy with blonde hair. "I'm sorry, sir, but you don't have any star chips, so leave," they shouted sternly. The 3 people resumed their struggle until another boy ran towards them frantically. "Joey, what are you doing here?" Joey's expression brightened. "Ah, Yugi, there you are. He's with me. You gotta let him on," Yugi explained. "Only people with star chips are allowed to enter, no exceptions." One of the staff explained. "Joey does have a star chip," Yugi said and beckoned Joey to hold out his hand. To people's shock, Yugi handed Joey one of his star chips and smiled brightly. "See, he has a star chip, so it's okay to let him board the ship." "I'm sorry, sir. I'm unsure if we're allowed to do that." The guards replied apologetically. Joey and Yugi clenched their fists with helpless expressions. However, to their shock, an unexpected figure decided to help them. "Let them," a soft, charming voice echoed across the pier. Everyone's eyes zoned in on the girl, standing in the middle of the stairs. She gazed at Joey and Yugi with an indifferent expression that they couldn't grasp her thoughts. "But, Miss Sano, it's fine," Yuna muttered and went up the stairs. The 2 guards stared at each other and shrugged. They have been warned to listen to Yuna's request to the best of their abilities unless they want to lose their jobs. The staff let Joey go and proceeded with the boarding. Yuna POV. As I got on the ship and turned around in the corner, I made sure there was no one near me and exhaled with relief. That was way too stressful. Everyone's eyes were on me. I tried to lay a low profile, but they turned their heads anyway. And why Pegasus? You don't know the shock I got when the staff called my name out like that. Also, why the heck did I help Yugi out? It was unnecessary, but I felt that Joey wouldn't be let on if I didn't do it. They must think I'm an arrogant woman abusing my power. I sighed. There's useless worrying about this now, and let's check my room. Normal participants would sleep together in the common area, but Pegasus told me I would get my room instead. Wait, Sano-san. I turned around and noticed Yugi and Joey running toward me. Wait, what do you guys want from me now? Please leave. Unfortunately, I couldn't transmit my thoughts to those two, and they approached me with wide smiles. Thanks, Sano. You saved our hides back there, Joey said. Well, maybe don't get caught while sneaking on a high-end cruise next time. Anyway, seems like they're just thanking me, so I will make my leave now. However, I froze when Yugi grabbed my wrist. You can't just grab me like that. What would people think? Haven't you heard of manners? Yugi immediately let go and rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, don't go yet. I need to give you something. He slipped a card into my hand, and my eyes widened. What's the blue eyes white dragon doing here? What? My mind went blank as Yugi continued to explain. My grandpa got sick. He muttered vaguely. I brought this card with me, and I want to lend it to you since you're the only one that earned his trust in this card. From your skill, I believe that you won't let him down. Hearing his explanation, my mood slightly dampened. After getting to know Grandpa Muto better, it hurt a little that his soul was kidnapped, but despite how harsh it sounds, it's something Yugi has to solve himself. Still, it was really surprising to meet with Blue Eyes White Dragon again. But since it was presented on a silver platter, I will gladly take it. I stored the card away and began to leave. However, I stopped. Taking Blue Eyes White Dragon, so free like that made me feel bad. After all, nothing was free. I sighed and hurriedly scrolled through the system store. After picking the correct card, I tossed it at Yugi. He caught the card, and his eyes widened. This is... I didn't respond and used this opportunity to escape. However, I stopped and sighed. I glanced at him from the corner of my eyes and hesitantly opened my mouth. Weevil, be careful. It took Yugi a few seconds, but he seemed to understand my message and nodded. Guessing that's enough for payment, I walked away without turning back. Next day, I woke up with a pleasant feeling and felt light in my steps. The room I was given was truly a luxurious one with a large soft bed, walls with lavish designs, a comfortable sofa, and my own private bathroom. I like to think of this as the apology gift from Pegasus, so I will accept it with a sense of bittersweet. As a habit, every morning, I open my system and check my status. Name, Unisano. Title, The One Who Defeated the Champion. Credits, 2,600. Task, Inventory. Store. I navigated towards the task option and read the brand new objective I received. Task 3. Earn 10-star chips and safely advance to the next stage of the tournament. Time limit, 48 hours. Reward, 1,000 credits per duelist defeated. There's a timer for this task. It most likely corresponds to the time limit we were given to reach the duelist castle. The rewards for this task seemed pretty good. 1,000 credits for every win? With some calculation, look like I will earn a minimum of 4,000 credits. I changed my clothes and opened the door. Instantly, I was confronted by a huge gust of wind and was reminded that we were still at sea. I brushed my hair to the side and stepped out of my room while tightly clutching the handrails. I stared into the distance, where lay a large island. The land was covered by a forest with an enormous flat hill at the center. Above the hill was a medieval castle, and the entrance was connected to a long staircase going all the way to the bottom. Knowing our destination was near, I returned to my room and organized my belongings. By the time I finished, we had already arrived, and I walked toward the boarding area. Countless duelists were already waiting, but they immediately cleared their path when I appeared. Geez, I even prepared myself nicely this morning. Was it still not enough? I sighed, causing people beside me to flinch. Hey, I'm not dangerous, you know? The only people that would talk with me were Yugi and his friends. I noticed T and Tristan were amongst the group as I remembered that they must have snuck onto the ship last night. As we left the boat, the staff informed us that we would be climbing the long sets of stairs to reach the castle. The top. I stared at the staircase with a complicated feeling. I never knew that becoming a duelist needed this much physical prowess. All right, here goes nothing, I thought, and begrudgingly took my first step. 1 hour later, finally, I survived. I stiffly raised my foot and stepped on the final set of stairs. Gee, Sano, How aren't you tired yet? I heard Joey complaining from behind. Excuse me, what do you mean? My legs were killing me, you know? Yeah, look at her. She's not even breaking a sweat, Tristan exclaimed. But I am. Just because I'm not expressing anything, that doesn't mean I'm not tired. Didn't you guys see me drinking a lot of water on our way here? I groaned. It's much more time-consuming to solve the misunderstanding, so let them believe what they want to believe. I stopped paying attention to their chattering and focused on the top of the castle. A security guard emerged from the balcony and announced in a gruff tone, "Attention, your benevolent host will now be greeting you all." We heard the sound of footsteps approaching from within the castle. A man with white hair and dressed cleanly in a red suit appeared with a smile. "Welcome to my duelist kingdom." Pegasus spread his arms and declared, "I have invited each and one of you due to your outstanding skills in the game of dueling monsters. However, once this tournament ends, only one can be crowned as the Duel King," he said while crossing his arms. "In this competition, new rules will be implemented that would challenge your skill as a duelist like never before." Pegasus seemed to be staring at me with amusement while saying that particular part of the speech. "To track your progress in the tournament, you've been each given a dueling glove and 2 precious star chips. You will need to wager your star chips for each duel, and one that earned 10 star chips, then you will gain permission to enter my castle. Now set forth, duelists. You got 1 hour to prepare yourselves, and good luck." This was it. I clenched my fists. Those $3 million will be mine. A few hours later. Where am I? I checked my surroundings, but the only things I could see were trees and nothing else. After the 1 hour preparation have ended, I decided to travel to the forest on the north side of the island, but somehow got myself lost. Yugi and his friends have asked for me to follow, but that's not a very good idea. There were already 2 duelists among the group, and they have to find a lot of people to duel, just so everyone can make it to the castle. So it's best if I just go alone. Well, only if I'm not lost, though. Wait, what's that smell? I raised my head and sniffed the air. It smelled like someone was cooking something in the distance. Hope relit in my heart, and I excitedly followed the scent. If there's food, then there will be people. I marched with purpose, and after passing the nth tree, I emerged from one of the bushes. To my surprise, I seemed to have left the forest and found myself at the border of the island. I stared at the ocean filled with crystal-clear water and gasped. It was beautiful. On the ship, I haven't paid attention to the sea as the trip was at the night, and in the morning I was more focused on preparing for the event. However, when everything was slowed down, I felt that I couldn't take my eyes off it. I reluctantly glanced away and spotted a campfire still burning on the rocky shores. Strangely, I felt a sense of déjà vu, but couldn't recall why. I cautiously approached the campfire as the smell of cooking became more evident. There doesn't seem to be anyone while I knelt beside the fire and observed it. It was very recent as the fire was still burning, and there were fish on sticks by the side. Who cooked this? I muttered to myself. Phew! Suddenly, I noticed something burst out of the water, generating a whistling sound in the air. I frowned and squinted at the object traveling towards me. When I finally gained a clear view, my eyes widened and I stepped backward. Thunk! A long harpoon embedded into the ground close to my feet. A man climbed up from the cliff and pointed at me. Stop. My name is Mako Tsunami, and you have taken my bait. That's why it felt so familiar. Third POV. I challenge you to a duel, Mako declared boastfully. He was extremely happy that his plan had worked, luring people with the smell of his deliciously cooked fish, just so he could catch them off guard. Mako scratched the side of his face pride and eagerly checked his opponent. However, the fisherman immediately froze and realized that he may have landed a bigger catch than expected. He stared at the dashing woman that stood rigidly as the waves splashed from behind, creating an extravagant appearance. Her azure eyes shinned fiercely, and Mako subconsciously flinched under her intense glare. Oh, it's her. That was the first thing that came to his mind when he met her gaze. Mako couldn't remember much, but he faintly recalled her name was Yuna. Other than that, all he knew was that she was the person that defeated the infamous Kaiba, the world champion of duel monsters. Mako noticed the harpoon he had thrown embedded by her feet, and he began to sweat profusely. No way. Was she mad at him? His suspicion was only confirmed by her intimidating expression. Despite the unease, the fisherman continued with his plan, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, you're going to accept, aren't you? Thankfully, Yuna nodded and reached for the deck in her bag. Mako's confident smile returned and excitedly led her to the end of the shoreline. He found the hidden button built into one of the stones and pressed it. Whir! A mechanical clamor overwhelmed the loud sound of the ocean, and a platform slowly surfaced out of the water. It was a large duel arena, a technology with 2 podiums and using Kaiba Corp's holographic technology to create amazing illusions of the monsters and cards that the players summon. Mako eagerly climbed onto one side while Yuna approached the other. He crossed his arm and smirked. Let's wager one of our star chips for this duel. Why, yes. Yuna muttered quietly and detached one of the stars from her gauntlet before placing it on the side. Mako. All right, here we go. Let's duel. Mako Tsunami, 2000 LP. Yuna Sano, 2000 LP. Yuna POV. When I heard the signal for the battle, I felt my heartbeat increase and adrenaline entered my body. My mind relaxed and placed all my attention on this duel as my surrounding became quiet. I drew my cards and waited with anticipation as Mako made his first move. I summoned Fiend Kraken in attack mode. Mako declared and placed his card. I then end my turn. Fiend Kraken, 1200 attack, 1400 defense. A monstrous roar echoed across the field, and a dark shadow appeared under the water. I immediately frowned and remembered a concept in the Duelist Kingdom. Field power bonus. Essentially, in each dueling arena, each had the properties of a specific landscape. If a monster was summoned onto a field it favored, it would receive a 30% increase in its ATK and DF. The monsters will also gain a special ability depending on the field. For the sea terrain, all aquatic creatures gain a 30% increase in their stats, while also allowing them to hide beneath the depth so opponents couldn't attack them. I sighed, this was already getting annoying. Unfortunately, unlike Yugi, I couldn't perform the infamous attack the moon strategy, so I have to think outside the box. Fiend Kraken, 1200-1560 attack, 1400-1860 defense. I checked my field, which was a dry land that was beneficial towards dinosaurs, zombies, and rock-type monsters, so it's useless to me. I glanced at my hand and clicked my teeth. I will summon Dragon Knight of Creation. A burst of white light shined down from the sky, and once it disappeared, a tall figure stood with elegance. The monster has an appearance of a knight with a red mane and golden armor, while holding a large sword. Dragon Knight of Creation. Attack. 1800, defense, 600. Another new card I purchased from the system store. It's a monster from the Felgrand series. Unfortunately, I couldn't utilize its effect as I have to destroy my opponent's creature through battle, and this was the only creature I can play at this moment. You may be thinking, what is that supposed to mean? Well, let me explain. It was due to a specific rule that people usually gloss over in the Duel Kingdom arc. During your turn, if you couldn't able to summon a monster, you lose automatically. It was a very strange rule, but it's logical as you couldn't attack a player's life point directly, so I couldn't build my deck as I wished. Thankfully, this rule was changed later in the Battle City arc, so I really have to thank Kaiba for that. But I should have complained with Pegasus when I have the chance. Anyway, what's done was done, so I will chew Pegasus out later. I will end my turn, I declared with a calm expression. Mako grinned and drew his card. Seems like today will be a great harvest. I will now call upon Great White Terror. Great White Terror, 1950 attack, 1600 defense. Great White Terror attack. Mako laughed. An enormous shark burst out of the water. My Dragon Knight swung his sword, but missed as the Great White Terror dragged the knight into the depth. Yuna Sano, 2000 LP-1850 LP. I will set a card and end my turn. He smiled with confidence. Your move, Yuna. I nodded and activated a spell. I will use Foolish Burial and send a card from my deck to the graveyard. I yelled and discarded one of my cards from the deck. Then, I will use Return of the Dragon Lord and special summon one level 8 or even dragon from my graveyard. The monster I choose is Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. A white, dazzling light came down from heaven. The clouds dispersed, and a golden dragon soared down from the sky. Dragon Lord Felgrand roared, and its mere howl blew the waters away. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Mako gritted his teeth at the pressure exerted by the golden beast. Fortunately, he has a backup plan and hurriedly triggered the set card he placed in the previous turn. Not so fast. I activate my trap card Fiendish Chains. The monster that you special summoned will have its effect negated and won't be able to declare an attack. Dark black chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around my dragon. Felgrand bellowed with rage and was dragged to the ground and restrained like a caged bird. Ha! With your dragon trapped, you couldn't make a move now. Tisk, I click my teeth. I will set a monster face and a card down, and in my turn, Mako smirked as he drew his new card. With this, the win will be mine. First, I activate Mystical Space Typhoon and destroy your set card. Bang! My place card instantly shattered, and I frowned in annoyance. Now, with no obstruction, I will bring out my strongest beast. I sacrifice my Fiend Kraken and summon my most powerful card, Kaiba. One of the monsters on Mako's side exploded, and a huge sea monster replaced where the Fiend Kraken previously stood. The monster slowly surfaced from the dark depth of the ocean and roared. It resembled an eel with blue skin and rows of sharp teeth. Kaiba, 2340 attack, 1950 defense. Then I will set the field spell Omiuruka, giving my sea monsters 500 more attacks while removing 400 defense points. Mako declared. A/N. By the way, field bonuses are not field spells, so players can still set their field cards. The sea on his terrain rose to an extreme level, and even my field was flooded by the ominous waters. I could spot the shadows of Mako's creature hiding amongst the waves, and I felt a sense of unease. Kaiba, 2340-2840 attack, 1950-1550 defense. Now, I activate my equipped spell Steel Shell. I can increase one of my sea monster's attacks by 400, but lower its defense by 200. Mako smiled. I think you already know which monster I'm equipping this to. Kaiba, 2840-3240 attack, 1550-1350 defense. Mako, now attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Kaiba burst out of the ocean and clamped down on the restrained dragon. My Felgrand was destroyed, and I helplessly watched my life points drop. Unisano, 1850 LP-1410 LP. Mako, then my Great White Terror will attack your face-down monster. Following the Sea Serpent, the shark attacked my card, revealing my Kamuri Dragon. My monster was killed off, leaving my field barren and defenseless. Ha ha ha, I will end my turn, he said. I drew my card and frowned. I will use Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards. When finished, I stared at my hand with a complicated expression. What can I do? I will use Graceful Charity. I can draw 3 cards while discarding 2 cards from my hand. I inhaled sharply and nervously grabbed 3 cards. I stared at them in silence and sighed. I glimpsed at the image of the large silver dragon before checking the rest of my hand. Wait, this might actually work. If I couldn't attack Mako's monsters, then I will just force them out. I gently held the blue eyes white dragon card between my fingertips and prayed. Please help me out once more. With Graceful Charity's effect, I will now discard 2 of my cards. I shouted as I slipped my blue eyes white dragon and another card into my graveyard. Now I will use Monster Reborn. Are going to revive your Divine Dragon Lord? It won't work. My monster's attack is higher. Mako yelled. No. Instead, I will summon a monster I just discarded. I call upon you, my blue eyes white dragon. What? Mako stumbled backward in shock. A silver dragon appeared on the field, and its enraged roar shook the entire arena. Blue eyes white dragon. Wasn't that Kaiba's card? Why was it here? Blue eyes white dragon. 3000 attack, 2500 defense. Mako seemed to be anxious, but announced hesitantly in his attempt of calming his nerves. It doesn't matter. My Kairyushin's attack power will still be higher than your dragon. I ignored him and set 2 more card face down. My turn ends. Looks like this battle will be in the bag, he cheered. Now Kairyushin, destroy that blue eyes once and for all. Mako's Kairyushin snarled and appeared before my blue eyes white dragon. The 2 powerhouses roared and were going to tear each other apart. But that's what I was planning all along. I activate my trap card reinforcement. I can select 1 monster on the field, and this turn that monster gains 500 attacks during the battle phase. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3,000-3,500 attack, 2,500 defense. Now my Blue Eyes White Dragon is stronger than your Kairyushin. I yelled. Wait, Kairyushin, get out of there. Mako shouted desperately. Unfortunately, that's impossible, and I activate my second trap card. Battle Mania. I waved my arm, and my second face-down card revealed itself. All FAC-up monsters my opponent controls are changed into attack position and couldn't change their battle positions this turn. Then all monsters must attack this turn. No! Mako clutched his head in panic. The Kairyushin lunged, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon bit the serpent on the throat, killing it instantly. Mako gasped, and he watched his strongest creature die. Mako Tsunami. 2000 LP-1740 LP. This duel is not over. Mako gritted his teeth but froze under my smile. But it is. Whoosh. Suddenly, amongst the waves, the great white terror that had been hidden all this time voluntarily appeared. As if possessed, the shark threw itself toward the large dragon and performed a suicide attack. Mako seemed confused, but his expression immediately turned pale. All monsters must attack. Yes, that's right. So the Great White Terror must also attack, no matter what. I screamed. What? Mako shouted in disbelief. Blue Eyes White Dragon opened its mouth and fired a bright stream that completely dissolved the monster. Mako Tsunami. 1740 LP-0 LP. Uni-POV. I stared at Mako's 0 life point and finally relaxed. My heart rate slowed down, and I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. Thank goodness it actually worked. I really had a moment of doubting myself there. I picked up the card that won me the duel. Battle Mania. Another card was deemed useless in the community. I understood their mindset. Why would you activate a card that just asked your opponent to kill you? However, with the number of high-attack monsters I have in my deck, this card can truly determine a win or a loss. As the duel arena switched off and we were brought onto land once more, Mako sighed and detached a single star chip from his gauntlet, a strategy one have never seen before. Amazing. He held out the star with a grin. Here, you earned it. I nodded and took the star from his hand. I placed the token in my own gauntlet and felt happy in my achievement. All right, 7 more to go. My lips twitched and slowly transformed into a smile. Anyway, he said while rubbing the back of his neck, would you like to have some food? These fish will go to waste soon if nobody eats them. I glanced at the cooked fish resting by the fire, and the delicious scent entered my nose. Suddenly, my stomach rumbled and I blushed. Oh God, that was so loud. Did he hear that? He must have. I nervously sneaked a glance at Mako, who was staring at me with a stunned expression. My face paled, and my legs felt weak. Goodness, he heard it. Suddenly, Mako burst into laughter, and I felt my eyes getting teary. Don't worry, I have more than enough. Please enjoy. Wait, you didn't think that I'm weird? I felt troubled, and before I could beg for forgiveness, Mako was already walking towards the campfire. Am I really overreacting? I patted my stomach with a complicated expression. Well, despite how shameful it was, who would pass a free meal? Meanwhile, in a distant forest, 2 people were in an intense duel. It's useless Yugi, a young boy with cyan color hair and large round yellow glasses. My great moth can't be defeated. Yugi gritted his teeth, and on his head laid a single curse of dragon, while on Weevil's field were the powerful great moth and Hercules beetle. Weevil has 1,400 life points left, while Yugi has merely 700. Great moth, attack. 2,600 defense, 2,500. Hercules beetle, attack. 1,500 defense, 2,000. Curse of dragon, attack. 2,000, defense, 1,500. Things were not going well, but Yugi refused to surrender. He drew a card, and his eyes widened. This? Yugi glanced at his field and nodded to himself. I will set a monster and another card face down. Then I will end my turn. Weevil laughed. Looks like that's the best you can do. Now Great Moth attacks his Curse of Dragon, and my Hercules Beetle go attack that set monster. The Great Moth dived down from the sky and caught the dragon with its jaw. The Curse of Dragon was killed without effort as Yugi's life points dropped. Yugi Moto, 700 LP-100 LP. When it was Hercules Beetle's turn, the giant insect charged. Instantly, the set card revealed itself as a large arm emerged from the card, grasping the beetle by the horn. The monster revealed itself to be a stone giant, and it tossed the Hercules Beetle away. Giant Soldier Stone. Attack. 1,300 defense. 2,000. Weevil scoffed as Hercules Beetle's attack failed, and he received damage from the aftermath. Weevil. 1,400 LP-900 LP. You may survive this turn, but my bugs will crush you soon enough, Yugi. Yugi clenched his teeth as Weevil taunted with arrogance. He took a deep breath and drew a card from the deck. Yugi's excitement grew as he potentially drew the card that would help him win this game. Yugi's shoulder trembled and he laughed with relief. Unfortunately for you, Weevil, luck is on my side today. I will activate my set card, Eternal Soul. A large stone tablet rises from the ground. The tablet has a carving of a strange mage and multiple unreadable hieroglyphs. Eternal Soul? I've never seen that card before, T muttered while watching the duel. Ah, that's the card Yuna gave him. Joey yelled as he remembered the event a day ago. We encountered Yuna on the ship, and that time Yugi gave her his grandfather's blue eyes white dragon, and in return, she gifted him a powerful card. Really? What does Eternal Soul do exactly? Tristan asked with curiosity. Well, Joey murmured, it's best if Yugi explains it to you. They all resumed spectating the duel as Yugi regained momentum. With Eternal Soul's effect, I can special summon one Dark Magician from my hand or graveyard. So come out my strongest card, Dark Magician. The stone tablet glowed with brilliance, and a person wearing a purple robe and armor appeared. He held a green scepter as the mage spun the staff in the air. Dark Magician. Attack. 2,500. Defense. 2,100. Your Dark Magician may be strong, but it's not strong enough, Weevil declared with confidence. Yugi smirked. That may be, which is why I will activate my spell card, Book of Secret Arts. This spell allows me to increase the attack and defense of my spellcaster monster by 300. Dark Magician. Attack. 2,500-2,800. Defense. 2,100-2,400. Then I will tribute my giant soldier of stone, and I call upon my summoned skull. A bolt of lightning struck Yugi's stone giant, and the monster was absorbed. A demonic laughter echoed across the field as a fiendish demon with wings appeared where the giant soldier of stone previously stood. Summoned skull. Attack. 2,500. Defense. 1,200. Yugi chuckled. Now I have two powerful monsters. You must know what this means, Weevil. The insect fanatic flinched and recoiled in shock. No, it can't be. Yes. Yugi smiled. Dark Magician. Attack the Great Moth. Dark Magic Attack. The Dark Magician waved his staff and fired a stream of black magic toward the insect. The Great Moth exploded and was instantly defeated by the attack. Weevil. 900 LP-700 LP. Let's end this once and for all. Summon Skull. Destroy that Hercules Beetle. The demon roared and charged toward the beetle while brandishing its claws. Summon Skull stored through Hercules Beetle's armor like paper and died. No! Weevil screeched while grasping the side of his head. Weevil. 700 LP-0 LP. All right, Yugi won. Joey cheered while the rest of Yugi's friends shared the same celebratory feeling. As the podium set Yugi down, all his friends rushed towards him. Yugi, you're amazing. T praised with sparkling eyes. Yeah, you really showed that brat how it's done, Tristan said. Yugi rubbed the back of his neck. Actually, the person we really should be thankful for was Sano-san. Her card really helped me out. Everyone felt extremely grateful for the unexpected but welcoming help. They each muttered a thank you in their heart to the mysterious girl in their class. Back at the seashore, achoo, Yuna gently sneezed and dropped the cooked fish in her hand. Was someone talking about me? I hope they're not bad-mouthing me, right? Who am I kidding? They probably are. Yuna sighed and bit into her fish while pouting depressingly. A few hours later, Yuna POV. Now, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack and defeat his Gemini elf. I shouted. I watched Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand soar into the sky before puffing up its chest and unleashing a deadly beam that wiped out the last monster on my opponent's field. The duelist gasped in shock as he couldn't comprehend his loss. As we were lowered to the ground, the duelist handed me his remaining star chips with a face as if he had eaten something sour while I collected my winnings with satisfaction. After finishing lunch with Mako, I decided to set out and part ways with the fisherman so I can search for more duelists to battle. Now I have 5-star chips, half the amount I needed to enter the castle. In my opinion, it was a good result and I earned myself a break. The sun was also beginning to set, so I should find somewhere to rest. However, even during nighttime, I have to be alert for duelists, especially the Eliminators. They were people Pegasus hired to purposely remove weak participants from the match. I don't know where the man got those Eliminators from the show. Each and one of them got something wrong with them. Well, if I play it safe, then I should be fine. As I wandered through the forest, and I searched for an area that could block the cold. The sun was setting as the orange light illuminated the leaves. My pace quickened as walking in the dark was not really ideal. Rustle, rustle. Oh, what was that? My head darted to the noise occurring in a nearby bush. Was it a wild animal? I observed keenly while tension crept up my body. If it was an animal, please be small like a rabbit. I don't want to be forever known as the girl that got mauled by something like a mountain lion while participating in a Yugioh tournament. I nervously stepped backward as the sound grew louder and more intense. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure burst out of the plantation and rushes towards my direction. At first, I thought it was a beast, but instead, the figure had the appearance of a small boy. He wore a mismatched red shirt with a striped orange sleeve and blue pants while his face was hidden by a light blue bandana. I was momentarily stunned as the boy bumped into me before running away. However, in the corner of my vision, I spotted something shiny in his hand. My body moved in a flash, and I snatched him by the wrist. The boy struggled while my mind was still in a daze at the impulsive action. My body became rigid like a statue, and I felt like I was going to faint. I couldn't believe it. Did I really just do that? My face turned white as sheets and felt like I'm going to cry even if I was the one that caught him. I'm not a child kidnapper, I promise. Wait, Mr. Officer. What were you doing with those cuffs? Let go. The boy screamed as he struggled desperately, snapping me out of my intrusive thoughts. However, I refused and gently shook my arm. Suddenly, multiple small objects spilled out of his palm, and I gasped. They were my star chips. When that boy bumped into me, I sensed something was wrong, and I was right. See, I'm innocent, I tell you. Even if this seemed wrong, these were all my star chips we were talking about. You better think twice if you're going to steal them. However, what do I do now? The boy continued to fight against my restraint. The bandana covering his face loosened and fell to the ground. The boy's face was fully revealed. He has long black messy hair and large purple eyes. Isn't he Mokuba, Kaiba's little brother? What was he doing here? My brain went to shut down as I was hit with another shock of the century. Third POV. Get your hands off me. Mokuba growled and tugged on his arm. Unfortunately, Yuna was still tightly gripping him by the wrist, and he was stunned by her strength. Mokuba glanced at his capturer and froze. Why does she feel strangely familiar? Her luscious blue hair, those cold eyes, and her beautiful face. The boy's eyes widened, and Mokuba tugged with all his strength. He managed to escape her grasp and dropped to the ground. Mokuba stared into Yuna's eyes and gulped. Fear overwhelmed his thoughts as he felt that her eyes were piercing into his soul. However, that fear soon transformed into anger, and Mokuba growled, "You're the one that defeated my brother, right? You're Sano, aren't you?" She nodded, and Mokuba scowled. "It's all your fault." Yuna gazed at Mokuba silently before slowly bending down to meet his eye level. "My fault?" "Yes, that's right," Mokuba yelled as he gradually regained his confidence. "Ever since that duel, he changed." Yuna frowned at his absurd claim. "He hurt." "Grandpa, I don't care. I will get my revenge," Mokuba said as he stood up full of vigor. "I challenge you to a duel." 10 minutes later, "How could this happen?" Mokuba muttered as he stared at the empty life point. Mokuba clenched his fists in frustration. Never had he felt this useless before, sprouting all this nonsense on avenging his brother, but he couldn't even land a single scratch. Mokuba glanced at his emotionless opponent, who was indifferent to his pathetic appearance. As the duel arena set both of them down, Yuna nodded at Mokuba before leaving quietly. Yuna POV. As I walked, my brain was in turmoil. To think I would meet Mokuba here, and recalled that at the beginning of the arc, Pegasus kidnapped Kaiba's brother in an attempt to take over Kaiba Corp. Then Kaiba has to duel Pegasus just to get his brother back, but unfortunately, he lost, so Yugi has to save him. Well, I wouldn't mind helping, but Mokuba seemed to be really mad at me, and I don't have the conversation skill like Yugi to change his mind, so it's best if I just leave. After all, he should encounter the main crew soon enough. But I slightly turned and glimpsed at the boy stalking me from behind a tree. "Why were you still following me?" I sighed and decided to ignore him. Daylight was running out, and I still haven't found a spot yet, so I should be quick. After wandering for at least an hour, I finally found a clearing that I think it's safe and comfortable. I set my bag down and carefully built a small campfire. Thankfully, I brought the required camping tools, or else I really don't know how to survive in the wilderness. I stared at my hard work with pride as the sun set fully. I could still sense Mokuba's gaze, which hindered my work speed. Was he going to stalk me all night? Thinking any more today will really hurt my psyche, so I continued to ignore him and reach for the instant noodles in my bag. I boiled some water and poured them into the noodle cup. I smiled with contentment. No matter in which life, cup noodles will always be the best food for loners like me. I glanced at Mokuba's obvious hiding place inside. Honestly, why was he still here? Doesn't he hate me? In the end, after contemplating to myself, I hesitantly opened my mouth. "See? Come out," I muttered, but loud enough for him to hear me. Mokuba flinched, and he cautiously stepped into the clearing. He approached like wary prey and sat down opposite me. Noticing my gaze, his brows narrowed. "Don't misunderstand. I still don't like you." Ouch! I felt an invisible arrow just pierce my chest. For some reason, those words hurt even more when said by a child. As the noodles were cooked, and I decided to put the depressed feeling aside and dwell on them later, I excitedly crawled towards my cooked meal, used my chopsticks, and picked up the noodles excitedly. The delicious smell entered my nostril, and I grinned. What smelled so good? I quickly grabbed a chopstick full and brought it towards my mouth. However, I stopped and noticed Mokuba's jealous appearance. The boy stared in contempt at the instant noodles in my hand, and when our eyes met, he hurriedly looked away. When I refocused on the food, Mokuba was again gazing at the food like a sad puppy. "Hey, what's with that expression? I feel so guilty now." I sighed and set the noodles down. I gently pushed my dinner towards him, and Mokuba frowned. "I'm not even hungry. What were you lying for? Even a blind man can tell, you know? Fine, if you want to play that game, then let's play." I took the bowl back, and Mokuba had eyes full of regret. His hands subconsciously reached out, and he looked at me like an animal caught in the headlights. Well, my brother tells me I can't skip dinner." He lied. I slid my instant noodle over, and he hesitantly grabbed the meal. As the noodles entered his mouth, Mokuba sighed with relief before vigorously wolfing the food down. Watching Mokuba eat also made me a little hungry. Thankfully, I have more in my bag, so I don't have to starve. We ate in awkward silence. Both of us were too anxious to make a conversation. With each passing second, I felt more embarrassed and lost my appetite, and I glimpsed at Mokuba, who was eating with a calm expression. He must have been through a lot, separated from Kaiba, and kidnapped onto an unknown island before escaping into the wild while trying his best to survive. Yet right now, he looked so relaxed. I admired his confidence. Why was he like this? I want to be like him. As curiosity got the best of me, so I anxiously asked, "RNS scared?" Scared. Mokuba raised his head and shrugged. "I'm terrified right now." "What do you mean? Are you terrified?" "That's impossible." "How?" I said with a bewildered tone. "Being scared doesn't make you weak," Mokuba explained. "That's what Big Brother told me." "That? So?" I stared at the ground, deep in thought. "So, how about you?" Mokuba questioned. "What's with you stuttering all over?" I don't know what to say as my heart felt heavy. I hugged my legs and buried my face into my knees with a downcast expression. People, scary, while drowning in my sad thoughts. I heard someone snickering across from me. I lifted my head and saw Mokuba trying his best not to break down into laughter. "What kind of fear is that? It sounds so stupid." "You're right. It's stupid, but fear's still fear." Mokuba giggled and lay on his back as he watched the stars. "Well, you should just believe in yourself more, you know? Who cares what other people think? If only it were so simple as that. Even now, your own opinion of me was horrifying." I smiled wryly and pinched Mokuba's cheek. "See, cute?" I softly muttered. Mokuba blushed and hurriedly sat up. "Who are you calling cute?" As I continued to tease him, I began to relax gradually. Was this the child's plan all along? Probably not. Well, I'm grateful nonetheless. Suddenly, an ominous voice resonated in the forest and stopped us in our tracks. The hair on the back of my neck raised. A man emerged from the dark forest, wearing an all-black suit with a top hat, a cane, and a white theatrical mask covering half his face. His outfit reminded me of a musical about a musician that haunted an opera or something. On his wrist were two large dueling gauntlets already filled to the brim with star chips. I immediately stood up and nervously clenched my fist. "Eliminator? Oh, you know about us?" The man chuckled. "That saved us some time. Then you know what I'm here for." The Eliminator turned his head and spotted Mokuba as his lips curved into a smile. "And also, that boy needs to come with me." Third POV. "And that boy needs to come with me," the man declared and pointed at Mokuba with his cane. Mokuba flinched, and goosebumps crawled along his arms. He has already escaped Pegasus once. Who knew what would happen if the madman got his hands on him again? Will he show mercy like last time? As Mokuba began to feel a sense of terror, his face turned pale as sheets, and a figure stepped between them, blocking the man of his vision of the boy. Mokuba gulped and hesitantly raised his head as he stared at Yuna with surprise. "And no," she muttered. The stranger tilted his head. "Unfortunately, you can't decide that. My patron needs him." Yuna shook her head, and the man frowned. "Wager," she said, and pointed at the dual gauntlet the stranger was wearing. What are you suggesting?" he asked with a hint of interest. "If win leave, then what if you lose?" the man questioned, and a small smile formed on his face. Take, chips, and boy." Mokuba instantly stood up and glanced at Yuna worriedly. "What are you doing?" "If you lose, we're both screwed." Yuna turned her head and glimpsed at Mokuba's panicking expression. Won't lose." "What makes you so sure?" he shouted and clenched his fist. Mokuba didn't understand. The risk was too great. Why would Yuna be willing to go so far for him in the first place? He wouldn't be surprised to be abandoned immediately if it were anyone else. Yet to her, he was a whining brat who fawns over his brother. "Why are you doing this?" Mokuba yelled. "What makes you think that you won't lose?" "See, cause won't," Yuna replied confidently, and Mokuba froze. Mokuba stared at Yuna in a daze, and the stranger laughed. Such confidence. "If a duel is what you want, then a duel is what I shall deliver." As if right on cue, the ground trembled as a hidden platform emerged. Once the smoke settled, they were presented with a large duel arena, and the Eliminator eagerly stood on one of the podiums. "Before we start, let me formally introduce myself." He removed his top hat and bowed extravagantly. Please refer to me as Luta, and I will present you a duel you won't forget. Yuna stepped onto her side of the arena, and Mokuba ran after her. Will you really win? Mokuba met his eyes with Yuna and felt the change in atmosphere. The air surrounding her was much different. He sensed the unwavering confidence in her attitude contrary to her shy personality. It was as if Mokuba felt like he was talking to an entirely different person. Yuna glanced down and smiled gently. Trust me. Mokuba's expression became serious, and he nodded. Yuna felt satisfied and faced Luta contemptuously while the Eliminator grinned with amusement. Duel! X2. Yuna POV. I drew 5 cards and stared at my opponent. He called himself Luta and was an Eliminator that doesn't appear in the show. However, one of my biggest questions was why did I help Mokuba in the first place? Was it because I felt guilty for the trouble I caused? Or was it just another random act of kindness I did on a whim? Probably not. This duel will benefit me in some way. Yes, definitely, I won't help him otherwise. Yet, even I wasn't really convinced. I hurriedly shook my head. Why does it matter? What was done, and I should focus on this battle before me. I'm going first, so I activate my first card. I will use Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards. The infamous green pot appeared on the field, and I drew 2 more cards and added them into my hand. Then I'm summoning Komori Dragon. A small black dragon with bright yellow eyes dived from the sky and growled fiercely. Komori Dragon. Attack. 1500 defense. 1200. I will then activate Banner of Courage. My monsters will gain 200 attacks during the battle phase. A red flag surfaced from the ground. Komori Dragon roared and felt the comforting energy from the flag. My turn ends, I declared. The Luta smiled and drew his card. Let's end this extravagantly. I will activate this field's spell Pandemonium. Boom! An old stone structure rises from the ground. The building has a demonic appearance with gargoyles and dark stains that suggest some horrible event has occurred in this place. Rumble. A thunderbolt struck down on the center of the structure, and the empty braziers instantly lit themselves and illuminated the arena. I frowned. Pandemonium. Wait, then that means I will summon Archfiend Soldier. A demonic-looking soldier wearing black armor with horns and a cape was summoned onto the field. The monster took out a massive sword and waved the weapon intimidatingly in front of the Komori Dragon. Archfiend Soldier. Attack. 1900. Defense. 1400. Pandemonium was a not-so-well-known card, but a must-have support for the Archfiend deck. In short, using Archfiends, the player will always have to tribute their life points to play their monsters, as there's never a winning deal with a demon. However, Pandemonium ignored that rule, so duelists could summon them for free. Damn, to think he has an Archfiend deck. This might be way harder than I anticipated. Now, Archfiend Soldier, destroy that monster for me, Luta yelled. The Archfiend Soldier dashed towards my side of the field and swung his sword smoothly. Komori Dragon was instantly decapitated as it let out one final shrill cry and died. Thankfully, with my Banner of Courage, Komori Dragon's attack was boosted to 1700, so I didn't suffer as much damage as the Eliminator would have hoped. Unisano. 2000 LP-1800 LP. I will set a card and end my turn, Luta said, crossing his arms and watching me with anticipation. I calmly drew my card and made my move. I summoned Dragon Knight of Creation. A golden-armored knight appeared on the field. He raised his large sound, and the blade shimmered under the moonlight. Then I will set 2 cards face down before entering my battle phase. Dragon Knight of Creation. Attack. 1800. Defense. 600. Now, Dragon Knight of Creation. Attack. With the effect of my Courage of Banner, my monster's attack increased to 2000. The armored soldier rushes to the Archfiend Soldier. The demon raised his sword, but my knight cut him down mercilessly. Luta. 2000 LP-1900 LP. Now my Dragon Knight of Creation's effect has been activated. If I destroyed a monster by battle, I could send 1 level 7 or 8 dragon monster to my graveyard. Then I can discard a card and tribute this monster to revive 1 dragon. I slipped a card from my deck and hand into the discard pile. I stared at the Eliminator and smiled. The one I will special summon is Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Dragon Knight burst into bright particles and expanded in size. Slowly, it gradually transformed into a shape of a beast. Go! The light dissipated, revealing the form of an enormous golden dragon. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand snarled at Luta and glared at him with blood-red pupils. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack. 2800. Defense. 2800. Your turn, I muttered with a dissatisfied tone. Luta whistled. Impressive. I'm really impressed. But it's not enough. The Eliminator drew his card and grinned. Looks like the duel is in my favor today. I will summon Terror King Archfiend. The altar on the building burst into flames, and a humongous demon emerged with bony skin, a veiny muscular frame, large pair of wings, and wielding a dark sword. The monster unleashed a fierce roar that sent chills down my spine. Terror King Archfiend. Attack. 2000. Defense. 1500. Then I will equip Terror King Archfiend with Axe of Despair, giving my demon 1000 more power. Terror King Archfiend. Attack. 2000-3000. Defense. 1500. Now, Terror King Archfiend, slay that gold dragon. Luta ordered. The demon howled and charged with its sword. Wait, with my banner of courage. My monster will gain 200 attacks. That means Felgrand will match with your monster. I shouted. However, contrary to my expectation, Luta wasn't perturbed. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack. 2800-3000. Defense. 2800. The two beasts clashed with each other and exploded simultaneously. Since they were equal attacks, we didn't suffer any damage. But that didn't remove the unease in my heart. As the smoke dissipated, both sides of our field were cleared except for the cards we had placed in advance. Luta's shoulders shook, and he laughed. Do you really think I didn't expect that? He revealed one of his cards in his hand. At this distance, it was small, but I could faintly see the image of a skull octopus. If you are not aware, this monster here is called Desruk Archfiend. He explained. On the field, if my Terror King Archfiend was destroyed on the field, I can discard this card and resummon the monster from my graveyard. Luta discarded Desruk Archfiend to his discard, and the demonic altar lit up with a blue flame. A peal of low laughter echoed across the arena, and a black shape slowly reformed into a monster. Grrrr. Terror King Archfiend snarled and slammed its sword to the ground. Terror King Archfiend. Attack. 2000. Defense. 1500. I ignored Luta's egotistical laughter and instantly flipped over my set card. I will use Call of the Haunted and also revive one monster from my graveyard. Rise again, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. The golden dragon reappeared once more, and it seemed angrier than before. It glared at Terror King Archfiend as if saying, how dare a low-level creature as you harm me. At this moment, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect will activate. I can target one monster you control and banish it while it gains the attack equal to that monster's level multiplied by 100. I pointed at Luta's monster. The one I choose is Terror King Archfiend, and remove that monster once and for all. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand soared into the sky and generated a white beam in its mouth. I glanced at Luta and frowned. The Eliminator was eerily calm about the situation. You really are a strong duelist, able to keep countering my strategy. Luta praised with sincerity. However, it saddened me that you underestimated my ability to protect my own. I will activate my set card. Archfiend's Roar, Luta announced. I will sacrifice 500 of my life points and bring back Desruk Archfiend. Luta, 1900 LP-1400 LP. Desruk Archfiend. Attack. 1100. Defense. 1800. Then I will activate Desruk Archfiend and Terror King Archfiend's effect if I can roll a die. If it lands on 2, 3, or 5, I can negate your monster's effect and destroy it. A large dice appeared on the field and spun with vigor. It eventually dropped to the ground, and I held my breath. It's a 3. Luta chuckled as my Felgrand burst into pieces. And since a card effect destroyed my monster, I suffered damage equal to half of its attack. I clicked my teeth, 1400 damage. Unisano, 1800 LP dash for 100 LP. Let's see how long you can last. Luta chuckled. In my graveyard, I will use Axe of Despair's ability. I contribute one of my monsters and bring Axe of Despair to the top of my deck. Desruk Archfiend burst into nothingness, and Luta placed his Axe of Despair on the top of his deck. Then I will end my turn. No matter what you do, it wouldn't matter anyway. I stared at my hand and bit my lower lip. The Eliminator was correct, and I truly don't have a plan right now. It felt like I was stepping on frail glass. One wrong step, and I will fall to my demise. POV. I will set a monster and 2 cards face down. I yelled in a frustrated tone. Then I will end my turn. The Eliminator tilted his head. That's it? Seems like the show's going to reach its finale. Luta drew his card and laughed. Oh, who'd guessed it's the Axe of Despair? Then you already know what I would do with it. I ignored Luta as he re-equipped Terror King Archfiend with the Axe of Despair, and the monster regained its mighty strength. Terror King Archfiend, attack, 2000-3000, defense, 1400. Now, Terror King Archfiend, attack her monster. The Archfiend raised its axe and smashed it into my defensive monster. My card was turned face up, revealing a hiding battle ox that easily fell to the fiend's blow. I watched with bitterness as the attack killed Battle Ox, and I grasped my cards so tightly that they creased from the stress. After that, I will summon Shadow Knight Archfiend and boost my power even further. Shadow Knight Archfiend, attack, 2000, defense, 1600. When it was my turn, I sighed pathetically. I will set another monster, and in my turn, I glanced at Mokuba, and he stared back with concern. Guilt washed over me, and I couldn't imagine the consequences if I lost. Can I defeat him? This Eliminator was strong, abnormally strong. Was I too arrogant? My chest heaved, and I felt anxious to continue to play. My fingers trembled, and my legs felt weak. My confidence wavered as doubts sprouted from my heart. Sano, Mokuba yelled, and I instinctively flinched. You beat my brother, right? So what's there to be scared of? Wah! I muttered in a daze, but his shouting made me close my mouth. So defeat him, Mokuba ordered in a loud voice. Yes, he's right. I took a deep breath and calmed down. I'm so stupid. The match still wasn't over yet. Like the old saying, as long as you have life points, even a losing fight can become a winning one. I will set a monster and end my turn. Luta frowned. I will summon Vilepon Archfiend. Then attack. Vilepon Archfiend. Attack. 1200, defense. 200. BOM. I subconsciously covered my eyes as my monster burst into pieces. However, I didn't give up and drew my card. My mind went into overdrive, and I thought of the best solution for me to survive. Wait, I was reminded of a card within my deck that could turn this situation around. I glanced at my deck and gulped. Come on, heart of the cards. Don't fail me now. Set a monster. And my turn end. Luta. I will attack. I draw. I will set a monster and end my turn. Luta. Stop fooling around and destroy her. I draw again. Tisk. I click my teeth and set one more monster face down. I don't know how long I can last. Only 2 more normal monsters were left in my hand. I know I'm running out of options, but I can't give up now. The Luta picked up a card from his deck and smiled. Your strategy won't work now. Time to end this once and for all. I activate my spell card. Checkmate. I will tribute 1 Archfiend monster, and my Terror King Archfiend can attack directly. Luta announced. Attack directly. I gritted my teeth. Normally, this wasn't possible. However, if a card says so, Vilepon Archfiend was suddenly absorbed in a Terror King Archfiend's axe, and the metal shinned with a dark purple hue. The demon raised its weapon, dashed toward me, and ignored my set monster on the field. My eyes widened in shock as the monster swung its axe, and I watched in slow motion as the blade gradually closed in on my face. Third POV. No! Mokuba screamed as Terror King Archfiend slashed Yugioh with its weapon. Mokuba covered his face with his hands, and he couldn't bear to watch the scene playing out before him. There was silence, and a minute had gone by. Finally, out of curiosity, the boy peeked through the gap of his fingers. His jaw dropped to the floor, and he stepped back in shock. Why was Yugioh still remaining in the duel? Yugioh-sano, 400 LP. Terror King Archfiend's axe was an inch away from Yugioh's neck, and the demon seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. I will reveal my trap card, negate attack. If a monster declares an attack, I can target that monster, negate the attack, and end the battle phase. Yugioh explained while stuttering lightly. Terror King Archfiend slowly returned to its original position. The demon let out a low grunt, as if dissatisfied with failing to kill its prey. Fine, you won't get so lucky next time. Luta gnashed his teeth and summoned another Vilepon Archfiend before ending his turn. Vilepon Archfiend, attack. 1200, defense. 200. Yugioh took a shaky breath while grasping the handrails, turning her knuckles white. Despite their being mere holograms, it still felt too real. Are you alright? Mokuba yelled from the sidelines. Yugioh nodded and patted her chest. This was too close to her liking. Thankfully, she has set this card in advance, or else there's no way to survive that blow. There was still one trap card on the field. However, if Luta activates another checkmate, Yugioh will have no other method to protect herself. She drew her card, and her eyes widened. Was it really divine intervention? Yugioh thought while staring at the card in her hand. Has her prayer really been answered? Yugioh turned to the arena. All right, it's possible. She saw her chance of winning. All it took for her to have a chance of winning was to survive the next turn. I will set a monster and end my turn. Setting. I have enough of it. Luta bellowed. Stop this useless farce. Just give up. Never. Yugioh screamed back. Then suffer under my demon's wrath. He angrily yelled. I tribute my Vilepon Archfiend and Shadow Knight Archfiend to summon imprisoned Queen Archfiend. A humongous demon emerged from the altar that easily towered the size of divine Dragon Felgrand. Her bloody red hair ran down her rotten face as chains wrapped around her wrist and ankles. Imprisonment Queen Archfiend. Attack. 2600. Defense. 1700. Now the king and queen were reunited. There's no chance of you winning, he declared arrogantly. Now attack. Terror King Archfiend and Imprisonment Queen Archfiend charged simultaneously. But Yugioh was ready and flipped over her last line of defense. I activate Wabako. My monster won't be destroyed this turn, and I take 0 battle damage. Both demons stopped, and Luta slammed the podium with his fist. He was greatly annoyed by Yugioh's tenacity and couldn't understand why wouldn't she surrender. Yugioh smiled and felt the stress leaving her body. She made it, and now it's time for her to fight back. I will tribute my 2 face-down monsters and bring out Blue Eyes White Dragon. A terrifying roar resonated in the forest, and a silver dragon landed from the dark sky. The dragon's scales glistened under the moonlight, and the beast howled fiercely. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Attack. 3000. Defense. 2500. Luta. So what? Are you going to attack with your blue eyes? It doesn't matter, as I can always summon more archfiends. No, I won't attack. Yugioh corrects Luta. Instead, I will activate this spell card, a Wingbeat of Giant Dragon. By returning 1 level 5 or higher dragon monster to my hand, destroy all the traps and spell on the field. Blue Eyes White Dragon transformed into a small white orb and flew back into Yugioh's hand. Suddenly, the demonic altar exploded and crumbled into pieces. Luta frowned. What is the meaning of this? Did you think you could win like that? Yugioh smiled and shook her head. Actually, I have already won. What? I will end my turn. Luta couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling in his heart. However, with his pride, he convinced himself that it was a mere bluff, and he drew his card. He grinned. There it was, his second checkmate, with nothing on Yugioh's field. This time it would really be his win. I activate. Suddenly, Luta froze and sensed something was wrong. He hesitantly raised his head and noticed Terror King Archfiend and Imprisonment Archfiend were staring at him, with a strange, hungry gaze. "W, what's happening?" he croaked. "Did you really forget?" Yuna's voice snapped Luta out of his daze. "Nothing is free in this world, especially deals you made with demons. You have abused this rule with Pandemonium, but now that it's gone, do you think your archfiend will let it slide this easily?" During this duel, he completely forgot. To keep Archfiend on the field, he must pay life points for every standby phase. However, Pandemonium completely controlled the Archfiends to be his slaves. Now that the only thing keeping him safe disappeared, will his monsters stand idly by? Luta hurriedly stared at his field. Terror King Archfiend must pay 800 life points. Imprisonment Queen Archfiend must pay 1,000. Luta gulped when the two demons approached him with a fierce smile. "Wait, stay back." However, they didn't listen and eagerly raised their weapons. With one scream, his ambitious dream of victory escaped his grasp. Luta, 1400 LP-0 LP. Yuna POV. I took a deep breath and leaned against the podium. I won. I still couldn't believe it. This fight was way too close to my liking. I truly felt I would have lost if I hadn't drawn the correct card in time. Wingbeat of the Giant Dragon wasn't the only spell removals I have in my deck, but strangely I haven't drawn a single one yet. Finally, at the last desperation, I managed to get what I wanted. Man, I should really rebuild my deck. I was brought down from the podium, and Mokuba eagerly ran towards me. "You did it!" he cheered. Seeing him so happy made me feel excited as well. However, I try not to show it on my face, or else his image of me would be ruined further. We stopped celebrating and noticed the haggard Luta staggering towards us. Yugioh. He approached us with a crazed expression, and I blocked Mokuba with my arm. Leave, I declared. Luta's expression darkened, and he smiled. "No. What do you mean no? Sano defeated you." "So scram," Mokuba yelled from behind. "You brat." Luta cursed and clenched his fist. "You will pay for saying that." He hastily approached us and raised his fist. I closed my eyes and was fully expecting to be, for the first time in my life, RKO'd for winning a duel. However, the punch never came, and suddenly a painful howl reached our ears. I hesitantly opened my eyes and saw Luta clutching his head while screaming in pain. A strange golden symbol appeared on his forehead, and he collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. After a while, Luta slowly rises, staring blankly at the ground. "Good evening," he said in an entirely different tone. "I have to apologize for my subordinate's unmanly action." "Pegasus," I muttered upon realization. "Indeed," Pegasus responded with an amused smile. The dazed Luta glanced at Mokuba. "Please refrain from leaving so abruptly next time. You've caused me a lot of trouble." "What are you on about?" "You kidnapped me," Mokuba yelled in anger. That's too crude of a way of saying it," Pegasus calmly replied. "I'm just simply relocating you." I stared at the expressionless Luta with wariness. His empty pupils met mine. "You must be wondering what happened to this man. Well, it's simple. Sometimes losing a game can cost you more than you imagine, you know?" I quietly analyzed Pegasus's choice of words, and my eyes widened. No way. Did he really turn that duel into a shadow game without me realizing it? Since when? I gulped. If I really lost back there, I would have lost much more than my star chips. "Well, as this man promised, I will leave you guys alone," Pegasus announced, and Luta's body slowly wobbled deeper into the forest. "Oh," he stopped. "I look forward to more of your duels, Yuna." Before I could reply, Pegasus left, and the forest became quiet once more. Mokuba tiredly fell to the ground. What in the world was that? I felt exhausted and followed Mokuba and sat on the ground. I was still creeped out by what happened, but wasn't on guard as before. Despite how crazy Pegasus was, he always kept his word, so we should be safe tonight. I yawned and prepared the sleeping bag. Unfortunately, I only brought one, so I gave it to Mokuba. I'm not as heartless as to let a child sleep in the open, so he could have it. Thankfully, I brought a spare blanket, so it wasn't bad. I decided to wash up tomorrow, as it was already very late, and losing sleep was a big no. That night, I fell asleep feeling content, knowing I seemed to have a better relationship with Mokuba, and my soul was still intact with my body. Next morning, the birds chirped energetically, and the bright sun shone on my face. I begrudgingly opened my eyes. I sat up and stretched. The sleep was more comfortable than I imagined, so I felt refreshed. Mokuba was still asleep, so I quietly stood up and wandered into the forest. I found a small creek to wash my body. I dipped my toes into the water. It felt cold but soothing, and I bathed in a cheerful mood. When I returned, Mokuba was still asleep, so I made breakfast with the rations from my bag. Click. Don't move. However, contrary to the peaceful morning I had hoped, I found myself before the barrel of a gun, pointing straight at the back of my head. Click. Don't move. I immediately froze upon hearing the gun cocking from behind. My hair stood on the edge, and I felt a tingle going down my spine. I have reincarnated into the Yugioh world, right? But why am I being held at gunpoint? Don't we settle disputes with cards? Ah, it's you. When I heard the voice again, it sounded very familiar. That egotistic and prideful tone. Who have I met in this place has a voice like that? Curiosity got the best of me, and I hesitantly turned around. If I'm going to die, at least let me know who killed me, so I will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Then I spotted the notorious long indigo blue trench coat, black button shirt, and pants. His brown hair and sharp features were presented fully under the bright sun. We stared at each other, and my mind went blank. What the hell was Kaiba doing here? And with that gun, no less. Third POV. Earlier, arrived in the duelist kingdom via a helicopter in the dead of night. To his dismay, he somehow met with Yugi's group and had to be interrupted by a certain annoying blonde-haired individual. After showing him his dueling skill, left and traveled deeper into the forest to locate his kidnapped brother. Despite his arrogant personality, Mokuba was the only one he cared for, so he had to rescue him no matter what. Thankfully, the tracker placed on his brother showed he wasn't in the main castle yet, which was great news. Unfortunately, his helicopter landed on the other side of the island, as that was the only area he could land safely. Traveled through the dense jungle, walking for hours while avoiding Pegasus's men and some venomous creatures. He managed to subdue one of the guards and confiscate his weapon, and readied himself as he approached closer to Mokuba's location. It was early morning when finally arrived. He smelled the scent of a campfire and sneakily hid behind the tree. He heard the sound of someone tending to the fire, and there didn't seem to be anyone else. Checked the tracker once more, and his brother was indeed there. He couldn't see him unless he revealed himself. However, once he took out that suspicious person, they could reunite with each other again. He takes a deep breath. Rushes behind the tree and aims his gun at the assailant. Don't move. The person paused, and frowned when he got a clearer view of the person before him. It's you. The woman that was behind, held gunpoint, slowly turned around. Stared at her azure eyes and clicked his teeth as bad memories began to resurface. He noticed her calm expression and was slightly impressed by her boldness. Unisano, spat with disdain. Where's my brother? Mokuba. Yuna repeated. Tsuke. Keep his name out of your mouth, growled. Tell me now if you don't want to get hurt. They gazed at each other in silence. Yuna stood up, and cautiously created distance between them. Despite her frail and beautiful appearance, knows it's a mistake to underestimate people due to their physique. Yuna didn't respond, and patience was reaching its limit. He pointed his gun in the air, and all of a sudden, bang! The gunshot echoed across the forest and frightened anything nearby. aimed the weapon back at Yuna and frowned. I will give you 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Eyes narrowed as Yuna still didn't respond. Was she even aware of the situation she was in? Why did she look so unbothered? His finger tightened on the trigger at the thought of actually shooting Yuna came to mind, and his jaw clenched shut with unease. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Stop! Suddenly someone yelled from a distance and blocked line of sight. Eyes widened, and he couldn't believe the sight. Mokuba? What the heck are you doing? Mokuba berated angrily. Are you insane? Sito's confusion reached a whole new level this time, and he couldn't find the right thing to say as he stammered with fluster. No, but I. No buts, Mokuba hissed. Why are you threatening Big Sister? Yuna and Sito. Big Sister? Mokuba, what are you talking about? Sito asked and clenched his fist to calm himself from this mind-numbing scenario. When I escaped from Pegasus, and he sent people to catch me, Yuna was the one that stopped them, Mokuba explained. She even provided me with food and shelter. And in return, you pointed a gun at her? He screamed. Sito was caught off guard by Mokuba's outburst and subconsciously lowered his arm. Mokuba hurriedly snatched the pistol from Sito's hand before tossing it. He sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Unlike his angered attitude he was expressing moments ago, Mokuba turned around and smiled brightly at the bewildered Yuna. Let's have breakfast. Yuna POV. An hour later, I sat in silence while feeling scrutinizing eyes piercing through the back of my head. How the heck did it come down to this? When Kaiba pointed the gun at my face, everything went dark, and I'm pretty sure I fainted while standing up or something. But the next thing I knew was him counting down and Mokuba rushing to save me. If he arrived a little late, Kaiba would truly put a bullet in my forehead. While being glared at Kaiba, I anxiously rearranged my deck. Last night's battle made me think I need to stop messing around. I still have a few thousand points left in my system shop, so I purchased some rare and common cards to support my deck greatly. Otherwise, what's the point of saving up if I can't win right now? The Blue Eyes White Dragon briefly revealed itself as I shuffled my cards. I glanced at Kaiba. He was gazing at the card in my hand. His eyes flickered, and I instinctively glanced at the gun by his waist. No way. Was he going to threaten me to destroy it? Noticing my cautious reaction, he scoffed and crossed his arms. I will honor our deal, but don't think you're safe yet. I will win that card eventually. Hearing this, I relaxed and patted my chest with relief before nodding with determination. Fine, come at me. I will make sure that you will lose so badly that you will never try again. So, big bro, what are you doing here? Mokuba asked amidst our conversation. Kaiba frowned. Isn't it obvious I come to rescue you? Hee, seems like you're a bit slow. Mokuba joked and smiled at me. Hey, why did you say that? I could tell Kaiba's mood's dampening, you know? I'm just an ordinary hard-working civilian. And your brother's a billionaire? I don't want to disappear one night because of you. So what are we doing now? Mokuba asked his brother. Should we get out of here? Kaiba stared at the floor solemnly. We can't. What are you talking about? Mokuba tilted his head in confusion. The president of Kaiba Corp glanced at me with a frown. I noticed that he seemed to be judging whether I was trustworthy enough before nodding to himself. I suspected the Big Fives betrayed me. What? Mokuba stood up with anger. How could they? Well, it's not a surprise knowing how your brother treated them, I thought while quietly sipping the tea I made. In the anime, Kaiba cooperated with 5 corporate executives in Kaiba Corp, known as the Big Five. By promising them power, together, they overthrew Gozaburo Kaiba and placed the Blue Eyes White Dragon-loving maniac as the head of the company. However, in the end, Kaiba never granted them the powers they wished for, thus leading them to become vengeful villains in the later arcs. From the lore, the Big Fives also planned Mokuba's kidnapping. They secretly worked with Pegasus to take over the company. I watched Mokuba insulting the Big Fives while kicking up dust clouds. I glanced at Kaiba and observed his mood. He has a perpetual frown on his face, but despite the anger, he seems calm, like he's planning for something. Mokuba crossed his arms and turned to Kaiba with a huff. So what's our plan? I will confront Pegasus personally, Kaiba answered angrily. Then I will retake back what's rightfully mine. Awesome, Mokuba praised with sparkling eyes. When do we begin? Kaiba glimpsed at the excited Mokuba before glaring at me. I hurriedly averted my gaze from the tension. I promise this has nothing to do with me. I won't be a snitch. Eventually, Kaiba sighed and turned to his brother. You're not coming. What do you mean I can't come? We're brothers, right? And we should always stick together? Mokuba yelled. It's too dangerous. I won't allow it, Kaiba said with a voice that wanted no further arguments. No matter how caring he was for his brother, I can already predict his way of thinking. Mokubs would only be dragging him down, so bringing him is not a smart choice. Mokuba must have also noticed, and he was staring depressingly at the floor. Then what am I supposed to do? He mumbled. Go with her, Kaiba answered. The two siblings stared at me, one with contempt and one with expectations. When did I agree to this? Does my opinion matter? However, watching Mokuba's pouting, I felt too bad to decline. I nodded, and Kaiba clicked his teeth. If anything goes wrong with him, you will pay, he said before walking away. My body froze up in place, and terrifying thoughts appeared in my head. I swear I won't let a single hair fall from his body. So please don't kill me. POV. After the whole thing with Kaiba, I cleaned up the campsite and prepared to continue my journey. Thankfully, Mokuba was there to help, and we packed everything at double the speed. However, he seemed to be in a sour mood, constantly muttering about how selfish his brother was. Anyway, when everything finished, I slung the backpack over my shoulder. Together, we left the clearing and into the deeper part of the forest. Luckily, Mokuba seemed to calm down, probably due to finally not having to hide around the island like a fugitive, and he began to hum a tune under his breath. As we walked, I was starting to feel a little annoyed. There should be many duelists on this island, but I couldn't find one. Hello? Anyone there? I sighed and patted my empty stomach. Lunchtime had already passed, and we still couldn't find a single person. Had they all been defeated already? Well, even then, some people should still be left, right? As I was wallowing in self-doubt, Mokuba called out to me. Big sister, I think I heard something that way, he said, and pointed in the direction of the trees. I still couldn't get used to the fact that he was now calling me big sister, but the news of finding people outweighed that. I eagerly followed him as we stopped behind a couple of bushes and got close to a waterfall. The sound of the raging waters drowned out most of the noise, but we could still detect someone's presence. We sneakily peeked from over the bushes and spotted a man by the bank of the waterfall. Just by looking at his black spiky hair and fierce face, my immediate impression of him was evil goon number one. Regardless, you can't judge someone based on their appearance, so I continued to observe him. He seemed pretty tired as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The man approached one of the undergrowth away from us, and moments later, he returned while dragging. Wait, hold on. Was that a person? All right, I take it back. You should just maybe, you can assess someone on how they look. Just a little bit, though. I shook my head and stared at the unconscious person being abducted. He was tall, wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a green jacket. He had sporadically arranged blonde hair and hazel eyes. I frowned. That's Joey. But what's he doing here? Oh wait, that's right, I thought, hitting my palm with my fist. This must be when he gets kidnapped and battles a zombie child in a cave. If I remember correctly, that guy abducting Joey was called Zion. No, Zeke? Zebra? I couldn't remember, as the character itself wasn't important. But all I know was that in the arc, he and two others worked for Bandit Keith, the guy behind this master plan. I watched with interest and wondered if I should show myself or not, since the matters would be resolved eventually if I let it be. I glanced at Mokuba, and he was staring at Joey pitifully. I feel bad just watching. Should we help that weak uncle? Jeez, Joey. Even the younger brother's looking down on you. Deciding to save his dignity, even just a little, I emerged from my hiding spot and confronted the duelist. Third POV. Damn, this guy is heavier than he looks, Zigger muttered as he dragged Joey deeper into the forest. Under his boss's order, he was supposed to kidnap a weak duelist and take their star chips in a duel. However, he was warned to avoid certain people unless he wanted to get obliterated, but Zigger wasn't listening then, so he can't fully recall what Keith said. Well, Zigger smirked. What's the chance of that happening? Stop. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him, and Zigger frowned. He swung around and noticed a girl appearing out of nowhere. Zigger subconsciously shivered. He remembered seeing her somewhere before, but his memory was a little fuzzy. Nonetheless, she's in the way right now, and his boss will get mad if he doesn't return soon. Go away, girlie. This is none of your business, Zigger chided. Yuna frowned and pointed at Joey. Oh, leave him. Oh no, can't do. Zigger crossed his arms. Now scram before something bad happens. The girl didn't budge and detached 3-star chips from her gauntlet. Zigger's pupils flashed with greed as Yuna gently tossed the star chips before catching them midair. Take. If win, Zigger smirked confidently. Sure, just make sure you cough up those star chips once you inevitably lose. 5 minutes later, A/NP. Mokuba survived against Yuna for 10 minutes. Chow! Zyagor collapsed on all four and stared at his crumpled deck in shock. Yuna glared at him, and he flinched. That was just luck. I will be back. Zigger shouted before sprinting off with his tail tucked between his legs. She watched as Zigger ran away with the speed befitting of an Olympic athlete. Yuna turned to Joey and sighed. She gently nudged Joey with her foot, and his face scrunched with discomfort. Gradually, Joey stirred and clutched his head. Ugh, what happened? He sat up and instantly noticed a beautiful girl standing before him. Joey's first reaction was to blush, but he relaxed when he recognized her identity. Asano? What are you doing here? Before Yuna could respond, Mokuba suddenly interrupted her. Shouldn't the first thing you say is thank you? Big sister rescued you after all. Joey's face turned red when he seemed to recollect what had happened before being knocked unconscious. He felt embarrassed being saved by a girl and scratched his cheek sheepishly. Thank you. He hurriedly got up and patted the dirt off his pants. This was the first time he was alone with a girl before, and Joey felt a subconscious of his actions. Fortunately, Yuna wasn't really interested in him, and he himself had a bigger problem at the moment. So you're the one that interrupted my plans? They heard a rough voice and loud footsteps approaching from the distance. Joey and Yuna tensed as a group of people appeared from the forest. The one leading the group was a buff man with a red shirt, jeans, and a black vest. He had blonde hair that was covered by an American bandana, and his black sunglass hid his eyes. Joey frowned. Hold on, I know you. You're Bandit Keith, the former U.S. Duel Monster Champion. Keith spat angrily, being named as a former champion. He glared at Joey and glimpsed at the girl beside him. At first, when one of his subordinates reported that a girl intercepted his operations, Keith was angry at their incompetence, but kept his composure. He was curious and wanted to check out the perpetrator that ruined his plans. However, it was someone he dreaded meeting the most. *T. It's her. Keith cursed between his teeth. He knew that girl, and he especially paid attention during the gathering on the ship back in Domino City. So it was obvious he would get wind of the duelist that defeated Kaiba. Keith scowled, and his glasses covered his annoyed expression. He knew some rumored that she won by luck. Keith was smart enough that sometimes rumors were deceiving. The duelist understands that his chances of winning may not be as high as he would have hoped, but there was one method. He took a deep breath and smirked. Well, if it isn't the famous Unisano in the flesh. Yuna glared at him, and Keith laughed haughtily. Hey, how about it? Let's have a duel? We can also put our star chips on the line. After all, may the strongest win. She felt suspicious of Keith's suggestion. Knowing his personality, his brazenly challenging someone for a duel meant he had some dirty scheme planned. However, Yuna agreed as she needed the star chips to advance further into the tournament. I knew you would accept. Keith smiled. But how about we make this a little interesting? I propose a tag team duel. You and that boy while I get one of my guys here? He explained and pointed at his group with the back of his thumb. Yuna frowned and couldn't understand Keith's thoughts. She glanced at Joey, and he seemed to be really excited. All right, that's what we're talking about. Sano, let's show them how it's done. Joey stared at Yuna intently, and she felt pressured by his confident attitude. She timidly averted her gaze and nodded. Don't worry, there's no way we will lose, Joey said, but Yuna wasn't relieved of her doubt. Keith scoffed at Joey's witty attitude and turned to his group. Bonds, hurry up and get over here. A young boy frantically arrived from the group behind Keith. He has messy purple hair with sunken cheeks and eyes, giving him an expression of a ghoul. You better not mess up, Keith growled, and Bonds flinched in fear as he frantically assured his boss. When he was satisfied, Keith regained his smile. Well, let's get the show on the road. He pulled on a hidden lever beside a tree, and the ground rumbled. A huge platform, much larger than an ordinary duel arena, appeared. Now 4 different podiums were located at each corner, and the field was wider to fit all the cards that would be played. The 4 duelists stepped onto the arena with their team, standing adjacent to them. We will bet 3 star chips each. How does that sound? Keith suggested. Fine by me. Joey and Yuna sighed as they placed their respective star chips on the dueling table. The 4 duelists quietly observed each other, and a serious atmosphere engulfed the surrounding. Duel X4. Joey, 2000 LP. Yuna, 2000 LP. Keith, 2000 LP. Bonds, 2000 LP. A/N. You may be wondering why I'm not combining their LP, since in the Duelist Kingdom shown, the battle with Para and Dox didn't have their LP combined, so I will leave it as it is but would change in Battle City arc. Yuna POV. Tag team duel, huh? I thought while staring at Keith and Bonds across me. The concept was first introduced in the later episodes with Yami Yugi and Joey fighting against the Paradox Brothers. But to think I will be playing a tag team duel right now. The rules were fairly simple. We each had 2,000 life points, and if one of us was defeated, the team lost altogether. Also, we can use each other's monsters for tributes, materials for fusion, and activating their effects, but we can't use the monsters for battle. A team also shared the same graveyard, so I had many more options. The order will be me going first, Keith second, Joey third, and finally Bonds will go fourth. As the last player to make a turn, Bonds was able to make his first attack, so I needed to make a strong defense before starting my counterattack. I will activate Foolish Burial. I announced. This spell card allows me to send 1 monster from my deck to the graveyard. I searched through my cards before finding the one I wanted, and set the chosen card into the discard pile. I will then summon Dragon Knight of Creation, and activate my continuous spell card, Ruins of the Dragon Lords. A knight in golden armor and a large stone statue of a dragon appeared in my field. The Dragon Knight noticed the state and stood before it with a fierce attitude. I will set 2 cards and end my turn, I said, and watched Keith as he drew a card. I couldn't shake off the suffocating feeling in my chest, and I watched his every move tentatively. First, I will summon Mechanic Alcacer. He said a round floating machine with wings wielding multiple sharp weapons in its limbs was summoned onto the field. Mechanic Alcacer. Attack. 1850 defense. 800. Now I will activate Machine Conversion Factory. I can equip this to a machine monster, and it gains 300 attack and defense. A small strange factory manifested beside Mechanic Alcacer. The building began to make some loud, churning noises, and metal flew out and attached itself to the monster. Mechanic Alcacer. Attack. 1850-2150. Defense. 1100. I will set 2 cards and end my turn. Keith smiled. 2 set cards. I pursed my lips and glanced at Joey worriedly. He was oblivious to the hidden danger and was extremely pumped up. I'm going to summon Axe Raider and end my turn, he said with an upbeat tone. Axe Raider. Attack. 1700. Defense. 1150. That's it. Shouldn't you at least set something? I stared with disbelief while Keith scoffed. He turned to the nervous Bonds. Play as I told you, and don't screw it up. Yes. He yelped and hurriedly played his card. I'm activating the field spell Wasteland. All dinosaur, rock, and zombie monsters on the field gain 300 attack and defense. The forest on the all-our field withered into nothingness, and a wide desert filled the area. I will summon Snakehair in attack position. A green-skinned woman with snakes for hair arrived while flicking her reptilian tongue. The monster's appearance reminded me of a monster from Greek mythology, and her slithering snakes made my skin crawl. Snakehair. Attack. 1800 defense. 1500. A/N. I already added the stat changes. Now I activate Sword of Dark Destruction. I can equip this card to a monster, and they gain 400 attacks while losing 200 defense. A black sword with a hilt that has a design of a purple dragon materializes in Snakehair's hand. She swung the weapon and smiled viciously. Snakehair. Attack. 1800-2200. Defense. 1500-1300. Now attack the Axe Raider. Bonds shouted and pointed at Joey's monster. Not so fast. I interrupted him and flipped my 2 trap cards. I will activate Reinforcement and Battle Mania. Reinforcement gives my monster 500 more attacks until the end of this turn, and Battle Mania forces your snake hair to attack mine instead. Dragon Knight of Creation. Attack 1800-2300. Defense 600. The snake hair suddenly changed trajectory and threw herself toward my knight. However, contrary to my expectation, things were not going as planned. "That won't do," Keith shouted. I used Trap Jammer. His set card revealed itself, and a thunderbolt struck my Battle Mania. I can negate a trap activation and destroy it. "How do you like that?" He smirked, and I cringed with disgust. Snakehair returned to her original direction and swung her sword. The Axe Raider was cleaved in half. Joey, 2000 LP-1500 LP. Joey gritted his teeth when his life points dropped considerably. Keith laughed confidently. "Do you know? No matter how great of a duelist you are, as long as you have a weak team, you are bound to fall. So that's what you're planning." I glanced at Joey with a complicated feeling. This will be tougher than I thought. Una POV. So they plan to target Joey. Huh. Even if I don't like being in the center of attention, focus on me a little too. I clicked my teeth with frustration. I glanced at Joey, and he seemed disturbed by their cowardly strategy. "Don't look down on me." Joey angrily slammed the table with his hands. Keith smirked and gestured annoyingly for me to make my move. I pouted and drew a card. I activate Pot of Greed and draw 2 more cards from my deck. I glanced at my replenished hand and nodded. I will summon Guardian of Felgrand. A large green-haired man in silver armor was summoned to the field. The knight smiled and crossed his arms, standing tall and rigid like a mountain. Guardian of Felgrand. Attack 500. Defense 500. With Guardian of Felgrand's ability, I can equip 1 level 7 or 8 dragon monster in my graveyard to this card, and Guardian of Felgrand will gain stats to half of the monster that will be equipped. The one I choose is Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Guardian of Felgrand pointed his weapon in the sky, and a beam shot down from heaven and was enveloped by the blinding light. Once the shimmer faded, a mirage of a large dragon stood behind the Guardian of Felgrand, like a guardian angel protecting its important person. Guardian of Felgrand. Attack 500-1900. Defense 500-1900. Then I will activate Ruins of the Divine Dragon Lord's ability. I contribute a card on the field and special summon a token onto the field. The one I choose is Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. The dragon behind Guardian of Felgrand transformed into a small orb of light and gently floated beside my monsters. By doing so, the Guardian of Felgrand loses his power and returns to its original strength. Dragon Lord Token. Attack 0. Defense 0. Guardian of Felgrand. Attack 1900-500. Defense 1900-500. You may wonder, what was the point of going through all this? Well, let me indulge in this grand scheme of mine. Then Guardian of Felgrand's second ability will be set in motion. I contribute 2 monsters, including this card, and special summon 1 level 7 or 8 dragons back from my grave. The token and Guardian of Felgrand burst into a flurry of particles. Rise again, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. The bright particles slowly expanded and formed a large shape. A ferocious golden dragon occupied my field, and its roar shook the entire forest. Whoa! I heard Joey gasping with awe. That's crazy. No matter how many times I see it. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack 2800. Defense 2800. With Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's ability, I can banish 1 monster on the field and gain 100x attack and defense equal to the number of levels from the monster. The one I choose is Mechanic Alcacer. Keith's Mechanic Alcacer went limp and dropped to the floor. The ground opened up and engulfed the monster as it was dragged underground. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack 2800-3200. Defense 2800-3200. Now attack Snakehair. I ordered, and the dragon charged. No matter how sharp the Snakehair's sword was, it couldn't compete with Felgrand's claws and was easily devoured. Bonds, 2000 LP-1000 LP. How do you guys like that? If you guys target Joey, then I will target you, Bonds. I glared at the zombie child, and he flinched nervously. I faced Keith, and he was desperately suppressing his anger. Phew, seeing his angry face made me feel a little better. Your move, I urged. In a single turn, I managed to destroy all the monsters on their side, so it must have landed a great impact on their psyche. However, I couldn't afford to relax. Who knew what else they could pull out of their sleeves? Keith frowned and drew a card. I will call upon Mighty Guard. He calmly summoned a green cyborg soldier that was a mix between a beefy man and a machine. The soldier unleashed a war cry and punched the air. Mighty Guard, attack, 500, defense, 1200. Now I will attack machine duplication, and I can choose a machine monster with 500 or fewer attacks and special summon 2 of the same monster from my deck, Keith explained. 2 extra Mighty Guards were summoned, and the 3 monsters nodded at each other, like comrades in arms. When Keith ended his turn carefreely, I felt nervous, knowing that Keith summoned 3 monsters in one go. It never meant something good. I glanced at Joey worriedly. Be careful. Joe gulped and quietly stared at his hand. I'm glad he's taking my advice to heart and thinking about his move instead of charging in like a madman. I will set a card face down and summon Tiger Axe, he said while a huge anthropomorphic tiger wearing gladiator armor and holding a twin-headed battle axe rose to the ground. Tiger Axe, attack, 1300 defense, 1100. Joey, now attack the Mighty Guard. Tiger Axe rushes towards his foe. The monster raises his axe and leaps into the group of soldiers. The monster struck down, and the blade easily pierced the armor and killed one of the soldiers. Keith, 2000 LP-1200 LP. Alright, this was a good start. We have already brought both of them to low health, and if we play this successfully, we can win. Strangely, Keith wasn't bothered by the massive drop in life points as he turned to Joey. Una POV. I rubbed my forehead and sighed. Even after a couple of minutes of calming myself, I still couldn't get over that stupid effect. Sigh. Who could forget that in Yugioh, they take card descriptions quite literally? Even a normal monster might do something unbelievable if it said something random. I glanced at Bonds while he drew his card. Bonds. I'm going straight into the attack phase. Metal Zoa, go destroy Tiger Axe. Metal Zoa's eyes flashed and pounced at the weak Tiger Axe. Joey gritted his teeth and hurriedly exposed his trap card. I used Chasm of Spikes. Before the monster's steel claws reached Tiger Axe, a large cavity expanded between them. Tiger Axe swung his axe and slammed Metal Zoa into the hole. There was a shrill mechanical cry when the robot was impaled by the dozen spikes hidden inside the hole. Metal Zoa explodes into hundreds of pieces, and Joey points at Bonds with a smile. With Chasm of Spikes, I can destroy one monster attacking monster. Then my opponent will lose life points equal to a quarter of that monster's attack. Bonds' Metal Zoa has a whopping 3,000 attack points, which means that Bonds will have to take 750 worth of burn damage. Bonds, 1000 LP-250 LP. TSK. I will set a monster face down, and in my turn, Bonds said with a bitter expression, Woohoo! Great job, Joey. Now I will finish this. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack Bonds' set monster. I yelled before stammering. Use your claws this time. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand roared and plummeted from the air. However, Keith suddenly interrupted me and shouted, I won't let you. I will activate Negate Attack. A barrier seemed to form between Bonds' monster and mine. Felgrand roared with rage and slashed at the barrier, but it won't break no matter what. With Negate Attack, I can end your monster's attack and skip the battle phase entirely. Keith explained, You need to try harder than that. I pouted and turned my head. Just let me play the game for once. It felt like Joey was the only one actually doing something. When it's Keith's turn, he smiled. Finally, the moment has come. I activate my set trap, Time Machine, Keith announced, and a large black machine appeared on the field. With this, I can special summon a monster from the graveyard that was destroyed by battle. The one I choose is Mighty Guard. The familiar cyborg returned to the field, and the soldiers saluted gratefully at Keith. Mighty Guard, attack. 500 defense, 500. With this, I will tribute my 2 monsters on the field to summon my strongest monster. Now show yourself, Barrel Dragon. Mighty Guard and Bonza's set monster merged and transformed into an enormous creature. Its entire body was built out of metal and pieces of machinery as the monster stood on 2 legs. On both sides were 2 giant revolvers. There was also a revolver attached to its head. The dragon stomped its feet, and the revolver made a sharp noise when the hammers of the gun notched backward. Barrel Dragon, attack. 2600, defense, 2200. Now, I use my spell card, 7 completed, which allows me to grant Barrel Dragon 700 attacks. Barrel Dragon, attack. 2600-3300, defense, 2200. Then I will activate Barrel Dragon's ability, and I can flip a coin 3 times and attack my opponent's monsters to how many times it landed on heads. Anime effect. A golden coin appeared at the center of the field. The coin hurled itself into the air, and we tensely watched the results. Heads, tails. Finally, when the coin landed on the floor, I cursed and glared at the head sculpted on the flat side of the coin. Cuckoo, I landed on heads twice. That means I can target 2 monsters for battle. So, I choose Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Tiger Axe. Barrel Dragon roared and aimed its gun at our monsters. Boom! Boom! The revolvers fired with a thunderous roar. The bullets struck Tiger Axe and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, and the monsters succumbed to their wounds. Joey, 1500 LP-700 LP. Yuna, 2000 LP-1900 LP. Keith cackled like a maniac while covering his face with his hand. Now, with the obstacle gone, your chances of winning are over. He ended his turn with a sneer. Joey clicked his teeth and glanced at me. What should we do? I frowned at the complicated situation we found ourselves in. Bonza's life points were still lower than ours, but Joey was just as fragile. It would be difficult to target Bonds directly under Keith's assault, and the zombie boy's monster will always be on the defensive. And right now, we have no choice but to protect ourselves as well. Voicing out my thoughts, Joey nodded and set a monster face down before ending his turn. When it was Bonza's time to play, he copied us and summoned another monster in the defensive position, building himself a wall of creatures. I scowled. Right now, in this type of stalling, there wasn't any good way to stop them other than using cards to make the opponent's monsters attack forcibly. Well, I still have 2 more Battle Mania left in my deck, but by looking at the history of my draws in this game, I'm not counting on it. Thankfully, Bonds was playing cautiously, so his turn was usually uneventful. I drew my card and sighed with relief. Finally, something I could use. I activate Graceful Charity. I announced. It allowed me to draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards from my hand. I grabbed 3 consecutive cards and discarded 2 spare fodders I didn't need. My smile widened. Yes, more spell and trap cards, just what I needed. I will activate Swords of Revealing Light. All face-down monsters will now be flipped face-up, and no monster can attack until the end phase of my opponent's 3rd turn, which means you guys couldn't attack before Keith's 2nd turn. Hundreds of white swords descended from the sky and surrounded all of Keith's and Bonds' monsters. The ones Bond set face down were revealed. It was a large treasure chest with a mediocre design. The chest opened, and a ghoulish red monster emerged from within. Uranzo, attack. 1300 defense, 1500. It was a normal monster with a decent defense, so fortunately it was not dangerous. I stared at my hand and turned to Joey, who was nervously biting his nails. He must have a hand as terrible as mine by gauging his reaction. I nodded to myself. I still had life points to spare, so I needed to support him the best I could. I will play my spell card, Exchange. This allows me to exchange a card with a player on the field. This was a card I purchased from the system store this morning. Even if it's a super rare card, it's one I definitely needed for my plans in the future. My eyes darted around and observed everyone's nervous reaction. Bond seemed creeped out by my stare, while Keith was smiling brazenly without a care of the world. Just you wait, and I will wipe that annoying smirk off your face. I gave everyone one final glance and decided. The one I chose is Joey. Joey's eyes widened with disbelief upon hearing his name being called. The arena's machinery came to life, and our two podiums were brought close to each other. Take this, I whispered, and showed him a card. He nodded and added it to his hand while I took a random monster in return. When we returned to our original position, I summoned Joey's monster in defense mode and set one card on the field before ending my turn. Right now, I hope he can put that card to good use. Third POV. I will end my turn, Yuna declared and glared at Keith. The duelist in question smirked. Stare all you want. It's not going to change anything. Keith reached for his deck to draw a card. However, he paused and sneakily flicked his wrist. A card appeared underneath his wristband, and he added the card to his hand. Keith glanced at his two opponents and chuckled. They were too oblivious. Keith needed to reach the finals no matter the cost, even if he had to cheat to get there. After all, that's the only way he could do to regain his dignity. He could still remember the humiliating scene in the past. It all began with a match in the United States final. It was him against Pegasus, the president of the Industrial Illusions, the creator of Duel monsters. He was winning. Everything was going great until he felt Pegasus had changed. Keith still couldn't forget that eerie chuckle. Next, he knew Pegasus wrote something on a piece of paper before ordering a young child, who was watching from the sidelines, to play for him. By following my instructions, you can win in one turn, Pegasus said confidently before walking away. Keith then took that as a bluff, but who would have thought the child would actually win? It was embarrassing that day. Keith spiraled into depression, and now he has returned. Pegasus, with this tournament, I will have my revenge, he swore in his heart. Keith stared at the card he drew. I will activate 7 completed again. My Barrel Dragon will gain another 700 attacks. Barrel Dragon, attack. 3,300-4,000. Defense, 2,200. 4,000 attack. Keith smiled smugly. That's even higher than the Blue Eyes White Dragon. However, his mouth tasted bitter as the swords of revealing light hindered his plans. But it doesn't matter. Keith could attack again in a few more turns, and then it would be all over. Your move, boy, Keith said to Joey. Better make it quick. Joey groaned and stared at the card Yuna gave him. He was surprised that Yuna would use exchange on him instead of Bonds or Keith. She even gave him a card he needed most right now. He glanced at his pathetic hand. Yash, let's not put her card to waste. I will use Pot of Greed and draw 2 more cards from the deck. Pot of Greed, the card Yuna gifted to him. Without it, Joey would have truly been a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Even if it's such a simple effect, with a hand of nothing but normal monsters, he couldn't ask for better help than this. He eagerly drew 2 more cards and held his breath. There it was. With this, he might be able to make a change. Not yet. A soft voice brought him out of his excitement. Yuna glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. We still do not have what we need. Joey calmed down and nodded, and there were still a few more rounds before they could attack again. They have plenty of time. I will finish my turn by setting a card and monster, Joey announced with a serene expression. Bonds frowned and drew his card. I will use emergency provisions. I send my set trap to the graveyard and gain 1,000 life points. Bonds, 250 LP-1250 LP. Joey swore under his breath while watching Bonds' life points spike up. Now he was the one with the lowest health. Bonds smiled with relief when the tension left his body. He set a monster on the field, but was immediately exposed to the sword of revealing light. It was a crazed zombie warrior with throwing knives and dual sabers strapped to his back. The monster waved its weapon menacingly. However, it immediately knelt in defense position and calmly protected its master. Dark Assailant. Attack. 1,200. Defense. 1,200. I will end my turn, Bond said, gradually regaining his confidence. His boss was right. What was there to worry about? The victory was in the bag. Let's just put this scary feeling aside. Bonds chuckled nervously. Yuna added a card from her deck into her hand. She gazed at her arsenal and nodded to herself. She locked eyes with Joey and grinned. I will turn Dragon Knight of Creation into attack position. The knight stood back up and grabbed his sword. "Now attack Uranzo," she yelled and pointed at Bonza's monster. Dragon Knight of Creation charged and approached the dangerous treasure chest. The red ghoul leaped out, but was easily decapitated with a single sword swing. Unfortunately, Bonza's monster was in a defensive position, so no harm was done to Bonz. Then with Dragon Knight of Creation's effect, I can send a level 8 dragon from my deck to the graveyard. Yuna explained and slipped a card into her discard pile. With Dragon Knight of Creation's second effect, I can discard another card from my hand and then sacrifice my knight to revive my dragon. Rise and spread your wings again, blue eyes, white dragon. An ear-piercing roar resonated through the forest. A white circle spanned across my field, and a silver dragon soared through the hole. The sunlight reflected off its scales, and the dragon landed majestically. Blue eyes, white dragon. Attack, 3,000. Defense, 2,500. Keith clenched his fist nervously. "So what you have, the blue eyes, white dragon? It's still weaker than my monster." "Yes, you're right," Yuna responded, causing Keith to frown. "That's why I will set a monster and a card before ending my turn." Immediately, the sword of lights surrounding Keith and Bonza's monsters dissipated, and they regained their vigor. Instead of feeling the joy of being freed from the shackles, Keith felt anxious. Has she really summoned Blue Eyes White Dragon for nothing? No, impossible. She must be scheming something, Keith thought. I should destroy that dragon right away. He flicked his wrist again, slipping another 7 completed into his hand. I will use 7 completed again. My barrel dragon wouldn't be able to be defeated now. Barrel dragon. Attack. 4,000-4,700. Defense. 2,200. F. 4,700? Joey stiffened in shock. That's right. And now you will face its full power. Keith shouted. Now, I activate Barrel Dragon's abilities. The coin reappeared. Heads, heads, heads. Keith's confidence returned. Now destroy everything she owns. He roared, and Barrel Dragon aimed its barrels at Yuna. This match is over. Destroy that Blue Eyes White Dragon and all of her monsters. Barrel Dragon fired. Yuna's field was littered with explosions, and smoke engulfed her. Keith sneered and patiently waited for the smoke to settle. However, his mood turned sour when he spotted Yuna standing where she originally stood. A barrier covered her field. Beside the shield were 3 female priests wearing blue cloaks and green uniforms. Their hands clasped together, praying as their energy was gathered into the shield. When the attack stopped, the priests and the barrier disappeared as Yuna smiled. You have triggered my trap card, Wabaku. I take no battle damage this turn, nor can battle destroy them. Keith huffed angrily, and his card crumpled in his hand. You insect. Fine, have it your way. Since he has targeted Yuna specifically, Joey's monster was left completely unharmed. I will end my turn for now. Keith crossed his arms. Relax, he thought. There's no way for them to win now. Joey only has 1 set card, while Yuna still has 2 monsters and 1 hidden card on the field. However, Keith calculated that there was no way that they could survive unless... Sano-san, I'm ready. Joey beamed. Yuna nodded. Let's do this. Joey smiled. I will activate my time wizard. A large humanoid clock appeared on the field, and the monster cheerfully danced in the air. With the effect of time wizard, I can spin a roulette. If I succeed, all the monsters on the field will age. Time Wizard flexed its fingers and created a large magic wheel. On the wheel, there were 2 sides. One side had a skull symbol, while the other was a green tick. The arrow on the wheel began to spin, and everyone watched with nervousness. The arrow gradually slowed down, and Joey's eyes widened. Time Wizard joyfully spun around and aimed his staff in the sky. Green light covered the sky and reminded him of the aurora borealis he had seen on those documentary shows. The light covered all the monsters on the field, and their physique began to change. Barrel Dragon groaned, and rust coated its body, weakening its strength tremendously. Unfortunately, other monsters suffered the same fate, and Yuna's monsters aged significantly. Rust coated Barrel Dragon's metal exterior, the monster groaned, and its movement became rigid, while the other monsters became a shell of their old selves. Barrel Dragon. Attack. 4700-2350. Defense. 2200. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Attack. 3000-1500. Defense. 2500. Dark Assailant. Attack. 1200-600. Defense. 1200. The other monsters also have their stats altered. However, it wasn't displayed publicly since they were originally set face down. Joey chuckled. He was really glad that it worked. With this, their counterattack starts now. Then I will tribute 2 of Sano-san's monsters and summon my strongest card, Red Eyes Black Dragon. Darkness was dawned upon the 2 monsters on Yuna's field. They were completely engulfed, and a large shape was formed. When the darkness settled, a humongous black dragon appeared. The monster has spiny scales, large wings, and a beak-like mouth. The dragon's pupils were blood red, and it roared with rage. Red Eyes Black Dragon. Attack. 2400. Defense. 2000. Now, I apply Dragon Nails to Red Eyes Black Dragon. Give it 600 more attacks. Red Eyes Black Dragon's claws grew longer, and its nails became darker. The monster bellowed at the exciting feeling of receiving its new upgrade. Red Eyes Black Dragon. Attack. 2400-3000. Defense. 2000. Then I flip summon my set monster. Joey yelled, and a slim figure crawled out of the card. It wears a skin-tight suit while wearing a magician's cloak and top hat. The monster hit its face with a handheld mirror. Copycat. Attack. 0 defense 0. Keith, you may be wondering why I reveal this monster, right? Joey smirked. You will see once I activate its effect. Copycat allows me to copy a card played by my opponent, and the one I chose to copy is Magic Metal Force. Suddenly, Red Eyes Black Dragon's skin turned silver. Its joints became gears and machines as the monster unleashed a metalized scream. With this, Red Eyes Black Dragon has become Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. Attack. 3000-3400. Defense. 2000. *T. Why didn't I destroy it earlier? Keith gritted his teeth, and his eyes widened. No way. He stared at Yuna, who was smiling at him brightly. That Blue Eyes White Dragon was just bait? Keith has completely glossed over Joey's monster this entire time by using all his attacks on Yuna. Ultimately, this would be his downfall. I will finally activate Grave Robber, Joey declared, and his trap card revealed itself as a small gnome carrying a shovel appeared. I can steal a card from my opponent's graveyard. The one I steal is 7 completed. In Keith's discard pile, the 7 completed was taken by the arena device and transferred to Joey's podium. He took the card and activated it without hesitation. The familiar aura manifested around Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon, and the dragon growled at the comfortable feeling. Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. Attack. 3400-4100. Defense. 2000. With this, it's more than enough to defeat you, Keith. Joey smiled and pointed at the rusty barrel dragon. Now attack the barrel dragon. I won't let you, Keith shouted. I activate Shattered Axe. Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon will lose 500 attacks. Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. Attack. 4100-3600. Defense. 2000. Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon's nails cracked, and the monster howled at the painful sensation. With this much, you still can't win. When I survived, it would truly be over, he roared. However, Joey wasn't fazed and grinned. You're right. It is over, but not how you would imagine. Yuna, Joey yelled as Keith's eyes widened. Yes. Yuna responded and flipped over her trap card. I will activate Reinforcement. That means Red Eyes Black Dragon will regain 500 attacks. What? Keith gasped. No. Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. Attack. 3600-4100. Defense. 2000. Red Eyes Black Dragon's wounds healed, and the monster charged. Barrel Dragon fired its guns, but the bullets couldn't pierce its tough scales. Yuna and Joey. This is the end. The monster tore off Barrel Dragon's limbs before chomping down on its head. Crunch! Red Eye's black metal dragon ripped off Barrel Dragon's head. With one desperate groan and the machine, the monster erupted into a massive explosion. Keith was swept off his feet, and he screamed as everything he had built collapsed before his eyes. Keith, 1200 LP-0 LP. Third POV, earlier, before the duel with Keith. After leaving Yuna and his brother, Sito walked quietly through the forest. He stared at the castle in the distance where the perpetrator of this entire mess resided. Sito patted the area of his chest where his gun was hidden underneath his trench coat. He hoped he didn't have to use the weapon, but won't show mercy if Pegasus refused to yield. Before Sito realized it, he was already at the gate of the large castle. It was too quiet, and he hadn't encountered any Pegasus's men. He turned and glanced at the forest where his brother and Yuna were probably wandering around. He felt uneasy in trusting Mokuba's safety to the girl, but at least Sito understood her intention was sincere. Sito took a deep breath and pushed against the gate. It moved easily, and he was surprised that it wasn't even locked. His shoes made a sharp clicking sound in the empty hallway. The interior was eerily dark, and Sito clenched his fist to calm his stirring heart. Eventually, he reached a dead end, and before him was another door. Sito could hear someone inside. He equipped himself with a pistol and entered. The door immediately slammed shut behind him, and Sito frowned. In the center of the room was a man resting leisurely on an extravagant chair. The man wears a bright red suit and cuffs. He has long white hair that covers the left side of his face, and he smiles ominously upon noticing Sito's presence. "Welcome to my humble abode, Kaiba boy," Pegasus said with his English accent Japanese. Sito scowled and pointed the pistol at Pegasus's face. "This foolish act has been going on far enough. Stop now before it's too late." Pegasus chuckled. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." He clapped his hands, and the lights came to life, illuminating the room and revealing dozens of armed men in black suits pointing their firearms at the young Kaiba Corp president. A droplet of sweat dripped down Sito's forehead, and he tightened his grip on his weapon. "Call of your men this instance, or else I will place a bullet in your brain," Sito threatened. "Oh!" Pegasus tilted his head. "You're not one that should be making negotiations, you know? Unless you want your brother to get hurt." "What is that supposed to mean?" Sito gnashed his teeth. Pegasus flicked his finger, and a white screen slowly lowered from the ceiling. The projector machine across the room began to play, and Sito gasped. It was a live video of a girl and boy strolling through the forest, unaware they were stalked. "If you shoot me and my subordinates don't hear from me after a certain amount of time," Pegasus smiled. "I'm sure you know the implication of my words." "You dare!" Sito shouted in anger. "Oh, I do dare, Kaiba boy," Pegasus shrugged. "You see, I'm in control this entire time. So, don't make me repeat myself." His smile suddenly vanished, and Pegasus stared at Sito coldly. "Drop the gun." Sito's arm trembled, and he glared at Pegasus with hatred. The room's atmosphere was so tense that it could be cut with a sharp knife. Eventually, Sito faltered, and his pistol fell to the floor. Pegasus's smile widened. "Good. Now we can discuss like civilized men." All the security guards finally lowered their guns and confiscated Sito's weapon. So now he's left defenseless and under the villain's clutches. "I hope you understand that it's nothing personal," Pegasus explained nonchalantly. "Taking over your company was merely a stepping stone to reach my grand goal, and that is—" Sito questioned with a scowl. Now, it wouldn't be interesting if I reveal everything here?" He laughed. "But what I would give you is a chance." "Sito, a chance?" "Yes, an opportunity of some sort allows you to return everything to how they were," Pegasus explained. "It's simple, as fellow enjoyers of duel monsters. Isn't it natural that we settle our dispute with a duel? But of course, if we were to duel, you would follow my rules," Pegasus declared. "Since I'm currently hosting a tournament, it would be a shame if it was ruined." Pegasus took something from his pocket and tossed a red glove at Sito, and it fell before his feet. "Go collect 10-star chips, then we can talk." Sito stared at the smiling Mokuba through the screen. He clicked his teeth and picked up the dueling glove. The fabric felt soft on his finger, but it disgusted him even further. 5-star chips were already implanted inside the gauntlet. Cedo slid the glove onto his life hand, and Pegasus laughed. "That look good on you?" He smirked. Cedo turned around and approached the entrance. His hand touched the door handle and stopped. "I will destroy you." "Ha ha ha," Pegasus chuckled. "I will await that moment then. The clock is ticking, and you only have today before it's too late. You don't want to disappoint your brother, would you?" Cedo's anger soared through the roof, and he punched the wall, leaving a fist mark on the structure. Pegasus watched with amusement as the young duelist exited swiftly. He shifted his seat and watched the live footage. His eyes zoned in on the girl beside Cedo's little brother. "How fun! I want to duel you again, Unisano, so you better not fail my expectation." Pegasus grinned, and his laughter echoed in the dark castle. Uni-POV, present time. I smiled when Keith collapsed to the ground in shock. His arrogant taunting during the duel had got on my nerves, and seeing him in this state lifted my mood. Throughout the battle, I felt a hunch something was amiss, and it was later proven when Keith drew 3-7 completed consecutively. I might be wrong, as he possibly had the luckiest draw of his life. But familiar with his personality, I doubt that was the case. However, I'm not going to confront him about it, though. Losing like that was already humiliating enough. And if I angered him even more, there was a chance he won't use cards to settle the score. Geez, I need something to defend myself. Should I get one of those self-defense tasers? As the brief thought lingered, we were lowered from the podium. Joey sprinted at me with a wide grin. "That was some awesome dueling Sano," he exclaimed like an excited toddler. "Of course, Big Sis was super powerful after all," Mokuba added while appearing from the sidelines. My cheeks felt slightly heated from their high evaluation, and I could only nod weakly in response. "Joey, where are you?" We turned our heads when a group of people emerged from the trees. Their eyes settled on us and widened. A boy wearing a blue school uniform with hair that looked like a starfish ran towards us. "Joey, we have been looking for you. Also, why is Sano-san here? And who are they?" Yugi asked and gestured at the dazed Keith and his group. Thankfully, Joey was there to explain, so I didn't have to speak. Yugi seemed grateful for my rescue, and he stared at the American duelist with contempt. The rest of Yugi's crew also arrived, and together, we confronted Keith to collect our winning. To my surprise, Keith complied with a word. Even if he had resorted to cheating, he's still a man who kept his word. I inserted the earned star chips into my gauntlet. All the slots were filled, and I successfully survived the preliminary match. "Hey, Sano-san, do you want to come with us?" T asked on behalf of the group, who was waiting with anticipation. However, I declined the offer. Joey and Yugi still needed more star chips, and since I had gathered 10, I didn't have to search for the remaining duelists. Also, I felt my mental state would suffer with this many people, so I'm content with only having Mokuba by my side. The crew was disappointed, but respected my decision, and we parted ways. Mokuba and I decided to proceed to the castle at the island center. We still had a few hours to spare, but the distance was pretty far, so we needed to travel steadily and not be late. I felt slightly worried about bringing Mokuba to the castle, and he didn't hide his hatred toward Pegasus. However, knowing that I had a tournament to compete in, he agreed to follow me despite the risk. His selflessness tugged on my guilty conscience as to whether it was the right choice. Yet, he insisted that we should go. I could predict his way of thinking. He's probably still sulking about being ditched by Kaiba, so he wanted to go meet him regardless of the dagger. The journey was uneventful as no random duelist appeared from hiding, demanding a duel. Mokuba and I spoke along the way. Even if he was the one that did most of the talking, I enjoyed it. I tried to give him a thorough response, but the words I wanted to express refused to leave my mouth. Nonetheless, I enjoyed the company, and the few hours hike went by like a breeze. However, my spirit dampened when we stopped at the bottom of the long, winding stairs. I completely forgot about the stairs. I can still feel the cramps in my legs from climbing the first time. "Come on, let's go," Mokuba urged and jumped on the first step. I sighed while watching him eagerly skip up the stairs. With a heavy heart, I followed after him. Another hour later, Break, I begged as sweat stained my clothes. Mokuba, who didn't even seem remotely exhausted by the strenuous climb, stopped and nodded. I collapsed tiredly on one of the steps and gasped for air. When my pulse rate returned to normal, I dug through my bag and brought plain bread. I tore the food in half and offered the piece to Mokuba. He accepted gratefully and quietly nibbled on his bread beside me. At first, I was worried that he wouldn't eat the food I prepared since I assumed that, being a brother of a billionaire, his taste buds surely would be richer than mine. We gazed at the scenery of the island. It was a refreshing sight, and I would have had fun if only we didn't have a time limit and still had to climb many sets of stairs. Rower. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the castle. We can briefly discern the shape of an enormous creature emerging from the building, and our eyes widen in shock. The white scales, huge pings, sharp fangs, and most noticeable features were the three dragons' heads snarling with rage. I dropped the bread in my hand and stood up. The blue eyes ultimate dragon howled, firing a pale beam from its jaws. Our bodies moved on instinct, and we sprinted up the stairs. All my exhaustion was washed away, and adrenaline coursed through our veins as we ran with bated breath. When we finally reached the top, I couldn't believe my eyes. Before us were Kaiba, Yugi, and the rest of the crew, as the two duelists were battling in an open area outside the castle entrance. "Ah, Yugi! Behold the power of my blue eyes, white dragon. Your dark magician doesn't stand a chance," he said with his usual haughty tone. "What the heck's happening? Shouldn't Kaiba be confronting Pegasus right now? I have Mokuba with me, so he shouldn't be forced to do anything like dueling Yugi." However, no matter my thought, I couldn't convince myself there weren't things happening behind the scenes. Third POV. A few minutes earlier. "There's no chance your pathetic dark magician and defeat me, Yugi." Sito laughed at the boy across from him. Now blue eyes, white dragon attack. The dragon howled and caught the purple mage with its claws. As the monster struggled, blue eyes, white dragon slain it with ease. Yugi Mudo. 1500 LP-1000 LP. Sito smirked and felt that his win had become nothing but a certain fact. However, his anger immediately rose when he remembered who awaited him after. With Pegasus's threat, he was forced to duel with unworthy duelists to earn enough star chips. Sito defeated his enemies smoothly using his recently invented dual disc, allowing him to progress quickly. However, with the day ending and the preliminary reaching its conclusion, Sito became more desperate. He waited at the top of the castle, hoping for an unsuspecting duelist to pass by. With his luck, one came. Yugi Mudo? He's a quiet boy with no outstanding characteristics, someone similar to any random person he can find on the streets. In the end, Yugi was just another insignificant insect in his way. Sito drew his card, and his smile widened. "I will activate polymerization and combine 3 blue eyes white dragon from my hand and field." 3 blue eyes white dragon? Yami Yugi exclaimed. Sito chuckled. "Now, I can summon my strongest card by fusing all my dragons. Blue eyes ultimate dragon." 2 of the blue eyes white dragon cards in the dual disc transformed into a stream of light and were absorbed into the blue eyes on the field. The dragon's size increased, and 2 separate heads grew from the base of its neck. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Attack. 4500. Defense. 3800. Just as his Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was summoned, he noticed 2 figures sprinting toward the battle from afar. Sito frowned and glanced at the girl beside his brother. Spotting the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Yuna's eyes widened ever so slightly before returning her usual blank expression. Sito's eyebrows furrowed, and he felt dissatisfied with the lack of reaction. "Aren't you impressed, Yuna-sano?" he thought with a feral grin. "You must feel hopeless under my dragon's power." He proudly stared at his Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. "Your move, Yugi." Yugi has only 400 life points remaining, while Sito has 900 life points. Everything was going in his favor, and he shouldn't lose unless Yugi could pull a miracle. "I will summon Kiribu in defense position." Yami Yugi shouted, and a small, fluffy creature appeared. "Kiribo, attack. 300 defense. 200. Then I will use Multiply anime effect on my Kirabo, allowing me to clone the monster and create a wall of Kirabo. Yami Yugi declared as the Kirabo emerged out of thin air, forming a large wall, protecting the duelist. With this many monsters, it's impossible for your dragon to break through. This won't work, Sito shouted. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, destroy them. The three heads unleashed a fiery white beam and exploded against the group of Kirabos. However, despite the severe attack, the wall of monsters didn't seem to diminish as more Kirabo surrounded the destroyed area. TSK. Sito clicked his teeth. I will end my turn. He glared at Yugi, and the young duelist smiled proactively. I draw. He shouted and stared at the new card in his hand. I will activate my spell card Living Arrow, anime card. It allows me to use my spell on my opponent's monster, and the spell I will combine Living Arrow with his polymerization. Yami Yugi. In doing so, I can fuse the mammoth graveyard in my hand to your Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, anime. What? Sito exclaimed. A golden arrow impaled Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the chest, and the monster screeched in pain. To Sito's shock, a skull resembling an elephant emerged from the dragon's chest. Almost immediately, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's scales rotted off its body, and its flesh melted onto the floor. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Attack. 4,500-3,300. Defense. 3,800. How is this happening? Sito muttered. Why is my Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon getting weaker? It's simple, really, Yami Yugi explained. Your Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is a living light monster, while my Mammoth Graveyard is a dark undead monster. By fusing the two, your Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon will start to decompose. Anime. Decompose my Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon? Impossible, Sito yelled. Oh, but it is very possible, Kaiba, Yami Yugi said. Since Mammoth Graveyard has an attack of 1,200, your dragon will lose that amount of attack every turn as a penalty. No. Sito clutched his head in disbelief. I won't yield. Continue to attack. Ultimate Burst. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon endured the pain and opened its jaws. It once again unleashed a beam of destruction, but to no avail, as more Kirabo replenished what was destroyed. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Attack. 3,300-2,100. Defense. 3,800. I will summon Celtic Guardian, Yugi shouted, and a large elf warrior wielding a great sword arrived. Then I will end my turn, and your monster will rot even further. Celtic Guardian. Attack. 1,400. Defense. 1,200. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Attack. 2,100-900. Defense. 3,800. Sito gritted his teeth when he watched a chunk of flesh detach from Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's body, revealing its bone. I will skip my turn. Since your Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is lower than the penalty, it would naturally stop. However, it's enough. Celtic Guardian attack. Yugi ordered. The elf warrior charged and cleanly decapitated one of the dragon's heads. Your Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was a fusion of 3 dragons, meaning I must destroy all 3 heads. He muttered when Celtic Guardian retreated. Sito Kaiba. 900 LP-400 LP. Sito couldn't believe it. He can't lose. No, he couldn't afford to lose. The preliminary round will end soon, and Sito won't have time to search for more star chips. For the first time, he felt an emotion that he never imagined he would ever feel. Fear. Sito glanced at Mokuba, and a horrible feeling washed over him. He failed. He couldn't protect his brother. After this match, Pegasus took Mokuba from him. Can Yuna even defend his brother against an entire organization? Will she do it in the first place? Suddenly, time seemed frozen in place as Sito's eyes widened in shock. He began walking aimlessly and staring at his Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon with a complicated emotion. Sito stopped when he arrived in front of Mokuba. He anxiously reached out his hand, and Mokuba's figure warped when Sito's finger grazed his brother's face. Sito watched with disbelief as Mokuba's body became slimmer and his hair turned brown, transforming into a younger version of Sito. You failed, young Sito said condescendingly. No, I. Sito stammered. Young Sito, you promised? You promised that you would always protect our little brother. You promised? Young Sito muttered and grabbed his wrist. Sito wrestled against his younger self as young Sito was absorbed into his body. He stared at the area where young Sito touched him. Like the blue eyes ultimate dragon, his skin melted, and he yelled in pain. Weak! Young Sito's voice resonated in his mind. How could you say that you're trying your best if you're not even putting your life on the line? Darkness consumed Sito, and he gasped as he was brought back to reality. Sito found himself at his original position and collapsed on one knee. What was that? Was it all an illusion? Young Sito's words replayed in his head. My life on the line. He gazed at Mokuba, and a sense of calmness overwhelmed his inner turmoil. His younger self was right. He should put his life on the line to protect his brother. Sito's eyes were full of resolve, and under Yugi's cautious gaze, he walked towards the castle's edge, where behind him was a cliff so steep that it would surely kill him. Yugi, I will skip my move. In your next turn, if you attack me with your Celtic Guardian, the shockwave would knock me off the cliff, killing me. Sito explained with a composed expression. What are you talking about, Kaiba? Yami Yugi shouted angrily. Are you going this far for a mere duel? Yes, Kaiba roared. You have no idea. I will do anything to win. Come on, Yugi. Attack me and kill me right here. Sito inched closer to the edge as the heels of his shoe knocked a few pebbles off the edge. Big brother! Mokuba screamed. Before he could sprint to his brother's side, Yuna grasped Mokuba's wrist, restraining him. Let me go, he cried, but she shook her head. Sito's eyes met with Yuna, and she stared at him with a disturbed expression. He found it bizarre that despite her troubled appearance, why didn't Yuna seem surprised? It was like she had anticipated his move from the beginning. He chuckled to himself. Sito felt he was going paranoid. Maybe it was the mindset of moments away from his death. The young president gazed at his opponent. What was your choice, Yugi? I will push myself over the edge without a moment of hesitation. That's how much this duel is important to me. Yami Yugi glared at Sito. I will. His pupils flickered anxiously. Silence dominates the field as everyone holds their breath. Seconds felt like hours until Yami Yugi's expression became fierce. Looks like you have made up your mind, Sito said tranquilly. Immediately, Yami Yugi flicked his arm. Here I go, Kaiba. Celtic Guardian attack. Everyone's eyes widened in shock when the elf warrior charged. Sito nodded and spread his arms, embracing his fate. Yugi, don't! T shrieked from the side. That's not you. Hearing T scream, Yami Yugi grasped his head in agony and fell to the ground. His atmosphere changed completely, and he gasped in fear. The Celtic Guardian stopped, and the attack was cancelled. Yugi trembled in disbelief. What have I done? Sweat drizzled down his face. Was he really going to allow Kaiba to die for a mere game? Sito quietly lowered his arms. Seems like I have won. He drew his card and activated Monster Reborn, and the decapitated head regrew back on a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's head. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Head 1 attack, 3,000. Defense, 2,500. Now destroy Celtic Guardian. Sito shouted as the restored dragon head destroyed the elf with its sharp teeth. Yugi Mutu, 1,000 LP-0 LP. Yugi couldn't even register his loss and sobbed despairingly. His thoughts were chaotic, and horrible guilt sprouted from within him. I really was going to kill him. Since he unlocked that puzzle, Yugi felt another presence taking control whenever he duels. Now that same presence has almost murdered someone just because of a game. In horror, Yugi stared at the cards in his hand and threw them away. His tears stained the stone pavement, and his friend worriedly approached him. Meanwhile, Sito packed up the duel discs and took the star chips they had placed earlier to the side as bets. He calmly placed the chips into his gauntlet. Sito glared at the castle, and without a word, he entered. Yuna and Mokuba were too stunned to speak, and the two quietly followed behind Sito. Yuna went past the group and stopped. She glanced at Yugi with concern and pity. T knelt beside Yugi and gently wiped his tears. She raised her head and looked at Yuna from the corner of her eyes. Gee, go first, Sanasa. We will meet you inside. Yuna nodded and chased after Sito, leaving the startling scene behind. Sito traversed through the castle halls. He stopped when he heard 2 footsteps trailing his shadow. Sito turned around and stared at Mokuba and Yuna following close behind him. His eyes set on his little brother, Mokuba. Sito's tone was blunt and solemn. However, he still couldn't hide the hint of anxiety in his voice. Hearing his name, Mokuba gritted his teeth and angrily barged past him. Sito was caught off guard, and his little brother sprinted down the corridor. As he gazed at Mokuba's rapidly fading back, Sito sighed and turned to Yuna. They stared at each other silently, and Sito clicked his teeth at her lack of emotions. What are you looking at? He growled in a sour mood. Nothing. Yuna didn't respond and stared at Sito. You must be cursing me in your thoughts, right? Sito assumed. Well, come on, then insult me. No response again? Sito was flustered and roared with rage. What are you waiting for? Berate me, call me weak. You must feel ashamed about what I did. Sito's mind was in chaos. On the one hand, he resolved as a brother to save Mokuba. However, on the other, his spirit as a duelist felt nothing but shame. Now he stood on a balance where both sides of his heart weighed him down like shackles. So he wanted Yuna to decide. Sito wished she could scream at him, mock him for his weakness, and tip him over. Knowing that Yuna couldn't understand his role as a sibling, he only wished she could judge him in the opinion of the duelist. But you don't get it. You never will. Sito rambled aimlessly. I did it to protect my family, and I will gladly throw away my dignity. Yet, Sito desperately defended himself and couldn't help but laugh self-depreciatingly. Even though he desired Yuna to belittle him, as she was the only duelist he had ever lost to, Sito realized how much pressure her words could be. His chest heaved when he ran out of breath. The silence returned to the castle. The only sound audible was Sito's heavy breathing. Eventually, Yuna finally opened her mouth, and Sito waited anxiously. No. Sito's eyes widened slightly, and he frowned. Yuna walked past him, and Sito stammered. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you disappointed with my method? Yuna shook her head, and her long blue hair swayed languidly. Why, you kept Mako safe? Sito gaped with disbelief. Does she not care? But Yuna's pause caused Sito to flinch, and he keenly listened. Value yours, SS. Self more? Before Sito can retort, Yuna leaves, leaving him alone in the hallway. Her demeanor surprised him. Her soft and gentle voice played repeatedly in his head, and the young president froze in place. If Sito were in her shoes, he would feel so disgusted to be called a duelist while someone like that existed that he would quit duel monsters entirely. Sir Kaiba. Amidst his thought, a man dressed in a black suit and shade glasses approached Sito from behind. Mr. Pegasus is awaiting you in the duel room. Please follow me. Sito faced the man and scowled. He glanced at where Yuna and Mokuba left before nodding quietly. Soon he will have his revenge, and everything will return to normal. Yuna POV. I strolled through the castle, searching for Mokuba. I swear, this place was too big, and I'm not sure I can wander freely like this. No one has stopped me yet, so I assume it's fine. That talk with Kaiba caught me off guard, you know? Kaiba screaming like that scared me a little bit. He wanted me to insult him, but even if I thought negatively of him, I never had enough social skills to do it. The least I could do was complain in my head, but that may also be a stretch. As someone who watched the show, I know Kaiba's motive, so I would be wrong to blame him. But still, that was seriously reckless of him, so I had to scold him slightly. I hope my tone was harsh, so my words should drill some sense into him. By looking at his expression, there can only be one thing. I must have done it correctly. I felt ecstatic knowing my social skills had leveled up, so each step felt like I was floating. After a bit of wandering, I finally found Mokuba after a strenuous search. He was leaning against a wall and depressingly hugged his legs. Sito threatening to kill himself must have been a great shock, and even though I predicted it would happen, it's still startling to see it in real life. I knelt beside Mokuba, and he ignored me while continuing to sulk. I poked his shoulder, and he groaned angrily. Leave me alone. His mood was justified. I mean, he did watch his brother almost kill himself for a card game. The mastermind was Pegasus himself, so Kaiba was not at fault here. Thinking of that white-haired America, I felt a shiver down my spine. If this goes like the anime, Kaiba will surely lose, and Mokuba will surely be devastated. Should I have given him a card? I don't know if it was the smart choice, as one card won't help him much. Eventually, I stood up as Mokuba curiously glanced at me. Let's find Kaiba. Mokuba grumbled and expressed his disapproval. Sorry, kiddo. I'm not taking no for an answer. I gently pulled Mokuba by the hand and led him down the castle halls. Mokuba was still pouting, but at least he behaved, so we didn't waste much time. We eventually found Kaiba by following the sound of commotion. As I opened the door, what greeted us was a large room like a small stadium. It was a place specifically built for dueling, and a large dueling arena sat in the middle of the room, almost to the walls. The door we entered didn't directly take us to the room, but instead, a long open balcony loomed over the duel arena. Kaiba was standing at one of the podiums of the arena. His eyes were directed towards us. Even if his face didn't show, he seemed relieved to see us. On the other side was Pegasus, and he chuckled upon our arrival. Ayunisano, I'm glad you have made it. Pegasus beamed. It would be unfortunate if you were defeated in the preliminaries, but your skill in dueling has exceeded my expectations. I frowned, so he was observing us. Was this what Kaiba was angry about? Kaiba snorted when he met my eyes and glared at Pegasus. Let us begin. Indeed, Pegasus hummed. We can't drag this on any longer. The duel arena came to life as the two stared at each other intensely. Duel, X2. 20 minutes later, the battle proceeded just like the original, and watching it felt painful. Using his Millennium Eye, Pegasus read Kaiba like a book, predicting his every move. All the strategies Kaiba fabricated were instantly shot down before they could begin. He even went as far as to steal Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon from him, using the card prophecy, which allowed Pegasus to select a random card in Kaiba's hand. If it was a monster, Pegasus could predict whether its ATK was over or lower than 2,000. If he guessed correctly, he could steal that card. Since Pegasus was reading Kaiba's mind with the Millennium Eye, it was cheating, so he could guess correctly no matter what. Eventually, the match became even more one-sided as Pegasus used his trump card, Toon World. If this was the real world, it shouldn't be as powerful as now, but unfortunately, it's the anime world, and just like any other old cards, it was a total scam. Any monsters Pegasus played transformed into a cartoon version of themselves, and they hid amongst the Toon book, so Kaiba couldn't attack them. With nothing to counter him, Kaiba must keep drawing cards as he was backed closer to a corner. Big Brother's going to lose, isn't he? Mokuba asked in a worried tone. I glanced at Mokuba in silence, not knowing how to respond. He trembled and bit his nails nervously. It wasn't long before the match reached its conclusion. Kaiba continued to draw until finally, nothing. He has completely emptied his deck. Kaiba's eyes widened, and Pegasus's laughter echoed across the room. Looks like you lost, Cedo, Kaiba. Kaiba gritted his teeth as Pegasus continued aggravating him. You have your only chance of getting revenge. But don't worry, I will save you from living with the shame. Pegasus revealed a card with no image from his breast pocket, and he smiled ominously. A brilliant golden light blinded my eyes, and I backed away. When the light settled, we saw Kaiba, unresponsive to the outside world. His pupils were blurry, displaying a lack of awareness. Kaiba's knees buckled, and he collapsed like a puppet having its strings cut. Immediately, Mokuba recklessly climbed over the railings, separating us from the duel arena, and athletically landed from a couple of meters down. I hurriedly chased after him, and just as I was going to lift my leg, my body froze in place. I felt my face turn slightly red and awkwardly stared at the floor below me. Wow, I was going to do something imprudent. I timidly cleared my throat and sped to the exit door. Wait for me, Mokuba. I'm coming down when I find the exit. Third POV. A few minutes later, the door to the duel room opens, and Yuna rushes to Mokuba. The boy was in tears and impatiently shook his brother. but Sito wouldn't wake up no matter what he did. "Big brother, wake up!" he yelled. Yuna bit her lips. She didn't know how to comfort the boy, and if she tried, Mokuba would probably cry more. Pegasus chuckled with amusement and clapped his hands. The guards standing beside the walls moved at once. They approached the two brothers and restrained them. "Seems like the fun's over," Pegasus said. "Take them away." Mokuba struggled desperately while Yuna tried to protect him. She pushed one of the guards away and stood between them. Stop." She glared at Pegasus, who smirked, and his subordinate approached in unison. Yuna was shoved to the ground, and they grabbed Mokuba while dragging him away. She groaned and gritted her teeth. Yuna stared at Mokuba, and a complicated feeling washed over her. Yuna was terrified, and her body shook with fear. However, Mokuba's frightened face remained in her head, and something clicked inside her. "My soul!" Pegasus stopped laughing and raised his hand. Immediately, the guards let Mokuba go as he stared at Yuna with anticipation. Realizing Pegasus was listening, she gathered her courage and opened her mouth. "We duel. If I win, let them go." "And why should I do that?" Pegasus hummed. "If you defeat me." Yuna stood up and smacked her chest. "My soul. You. Take it." Pegasus burst into laughter. "To think you even know about that?" He smiled dangerously and pulled back his hair, revealing the golden millennium eye. They stared at each other as sweat dripped down Yuna's forehead. Pegasus sneered. "Fine, let's play your game." He glanced at his subordinate. "Assign their rooms and ensure they're comfortable." He turned his back on Yuna and calmly walked towards the exit. Pegasus suddenly stopped. "I congratulate you on making it to the second part of my tournament. I will see you soon." Yuna POV. I gasped for breath, and I felt lightheaded. Did I put my soul at stake for these two? It was truly a spur of the moment, and my mouth moved impulsively. My brain went to autopilots, forcibly taking control of my body. When I thought about rejecting the proposal, a disturbing sensation overwhelmed my body and made me want to gag. I groaned and fearfully stood up. As I took deep breaths to remove the repulsive taste in my mouth, a system screen manifested before my eyes. Task number 3, complete. Collect reward? Deciding to retrieve my profits later, I sluggishly swiped my hand, and the screen disappeared. However, contrary to my expectation, another panel immediately replaced the old one, and the neon blue light irritated my eyes. Task number 4. Defeat Maximilian Pegasus and take back Sito Kaiba's soul. Time limit. Undetermined. Reward. 10,000 credits. It seemed fairly normal, and I was surprised by the generous reward. Yet, right below the task screen, a red display flashed brightly and gave me goosebumps. Warning. Rejecting this task is impossible, and failure in completion may result in dire consequences. I shuddered. Consequences as in getting my soul taken? Yeah, that sounds pretty dire to me. "Big sister," Mokuba yelled while sprinting towards me. He scowled and spoke with irritation. "What do you think you're doing? Why would you negotiate with that man?" Oi, you will also get your soul taken if I don't stop him, you know? Pegasus was the one behind why my brother is being this way, right? Mokuba growled. "So, why would you join our fight?" "Why?" I smiled wryly. "Don't know. HAA." Mokuba was exasperated, and I felt a blow to my self-esteem from his condescending gaze. While he continued to rant, the guards led us into our rooms. Mokuba took Kaiba with him. I offered to carry Kaiba for him, but he readily refused before entering his room without another word. Mokuba must have been putting up a front. He should be grieving for his brother. I pressed my hand against his door and sighed with frustration. I wanted to help, but I didn't know how. I have never comforted someone in my life, and I'm scared that I would only make things worse. After minutes of contemplation, I sighed again and returned to my room. I collapsed onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. My hand reached for the bright ceiling as the system reappeared before my eyes. Task number 3, complete. Collect reward? I clicked the virtual button and watched as the system calculated my earnings. Duelist defeated X5. Reward, 5,000 credits. 5 duelists. There was Mako Tsunami, the Eliminator Luta, an unfortunate side character duelist, Bandit Keith, and Bonds. I swiped my hand and navigated toward the main menu. Name: Unisano. Title: The One Who Defeated the Champion. Credits: 5,200. Task: Number 4. Inventory: Shop. Whoa, 5,200 credits? This was the first time I had seen this large of an amount. However, my mood was immediately dampened knowing that I might not even get to spend it all if I don't survive tomorrow. I groaned. What did I really get myself into? Una POV. After a few hours, the men in suits returned and ordered me to follow. When I stepped out of my room, Mokuba was already waiting. His eyes were red and vaguely swollen, indicating that he was crying. Seeing his pitiful state, I felt guilty for leaving him alone. Should I have said something? Unfortunately, it was too late, so I ensured he could be happy now. I approached Mokuba and held out my hand. Mokuba's eyes widened in surprise. He raised his head and smiled as he eagerly grasped it. My expression became tense but immediately loosened. My lips loosened, and I was satisfied by his uplifting mood. When we were ready, Pegasus's subordinate led us deeper into the castle. Mokuba and I were wary and kept a fair distance from them. I still couldn't trust Pegasus, even if he had agreed not to lay his hand on Mokuba. We walked for 5 minutes, guided through multiple lavish hallways before arriving at a door. It was an extravagant dining room with chandeliers, beautifully designed pieces of furniture, and a long table filled with plates of food that only rich people could ever dream of eating. A group was already sitting at the table, and their expressions brightened when noticing us while I flinched in response. Yugi and his friends greeted us eagerly while I raised my hand weakly. No matter how often I met them, their overly friendly atmosphere felt poisonous. I had already expected their presence, but thought it would be sooner. Probably Kaiba's duel started earlier than the original, so by the time they made an appearance, it ended long ago. Mokuba and I sat across the Yugi's crew in silence. While sitting down, I secretly glanced at Yugi. His face was still pale, and he seemed shaken by what happened before. Well, he will eventually overcome it during the tournament. I turned my head and stared at the new person in the crowd. It was a fair-skinned woman with blonde hair, a short-sleeved purple coat, and a white tank top. From watching Yugioh for so long, I instantly knew who she was. My Valentine, a supporting character in the show. She was distant in Season 1, but eventually joined the crew and reappeared throughout the story. But since I hadn't even interacted with her yet, we only nodded at each other briefly and focused on ourselves. As usual, the group tried to strike up a conversation, but unfortunately, Mokuba and I weren't in the best mood to talk, so we responded haphazardly. Sensing our atmosphere, they thankfully stopped, and I focused on the food displayed on the table. My stomach quietly grumbled, complaining about the lack of nutrients. However, since nobody was eating, I was too embarrassed to be the first, so I dug my nails into my palms to endure the temptation. Suddenly, the door to the dining room opened, and the person I wanted to see the most right now entered. Sensing my gaze, Pegasus chuckled, and he sat down on the far end of the table. I sighed and unclenched my hand. It looked like I just lost my appetite. As soon as Pegasus sank onto his chair, he spoke in a relaxed tone. Well, now that everyone's here, I would like first to congratulate Unisano, Yugi Mutu, my Valentine, and Joey Wheeler for being the 4 duelists that survived the preliminaries match. Pegasus clapped nonchalantly, but nobody copied his applause. He smiled, unperturbed by the unfriendly welcome, and continued his explanation. Now I will explain how the semifinals and the finals will work. Suddenly, he revealed 4 cards from his breast pocket and presented them to us. It's simple. The 4 of you will draw a card. If your card matches with someone else, they will be your opponent for tomorrow. Pegasus gestured at Yugi, Joey, Mai, and me to approach. We hesitantly picked our cards and went back to our seats. I observed the card in my hand, and there wasn't anything special except for the front side of the card, where it was an image of Blue Eyes White Dragon. I curiously rubbed my finger along the picture, and a complicated emotion welled inside me. I glared at Pegasus, who purposely avoided my gaze. As harmless as this card was, only Mokuba and I knew the hidden meaning deep inside. Ah, that's the same card I have, Sano-san," Joey exclaimed, and brought me back to reality. I glanced at Joey's hand, where he held the same blue eyes white dragon card. I then turned to Mai and Yugi, who also held similar cards to each other with the image of Dark Magician. Pegasus smiled. "Looks like you have found your opponents for tomorrow. Then allow me to explain further." He informed us that 3 matches would be held tomorrow. 2 for staying in the semifinals, and 1 final match to determine the winner. He then placed 2 new cards on the table. I immediately recognized them, as they were the exact copies of the cards he had given me before the beginning of the tournament. The one with images of gold and treasure was called the Glory of the King's Hand, while the card with nothing but a gray box was called the Glory of the King's Opposite Hand. You must possess one of the cards to participate in the semifinals. Otherwise, we will be disqualified. Thankfully, I remembered to bring both cards with me, or else things would have got awkward. Anyway, the Glory of the King's Hand was needed to claim the cash prize, while the Glory of the King's Opposite Hand would allow us to challenge Pegasus for the Duel King title. When Pegasus finished speaking, he smiled and spread his arms. "Now please enjoy what I have prepared, and I can't wait to see the amazing duels tomorrow." The dinner itself was uneventful. Yugi's crew couldn't control their hunger anymore and excitedly dug in while Mokuba and I ate timidly. No matter how delicious the food was, there was no way I could enjoy it while eating at the same table as that man. It wasn't long until Mokuba and I left. Pegasus remained silent and only observed us from a distance, which was more terrifying than it should be. When we returned, I stopped in front of Mokuba's room and gently tapped him on the shoulder. "Oh, you want to come in?" Mokuba asked, grasping my intentions. I nodded, and he shrugged in agreement as I curiously entered and scanned his room. Well, as I expected, it looked just like mine, so there wasn't anything special. However, when my eyes wandered to the couch in the corner of the room, I froze. Kaiba was lying there motionlessly, his eyes closed and in a trance-like state. Mokuba sighed and held his brother's hand as he muttered something unintelligible. His shoulders trembled, and he hurriedly wiped his face from the tears. I patted him on the shoulder, and Mokuba frowned when he noticed my sympathetic gaze. "I'm not crying." However, no matter how much he tried to hide, Mokuba still couldn't remove the sadness in his eyes. Eventually, he relented and embraced me. His bold approach caught me off guard, and I felt my anxiety rising again. I gulped, and my hand hesitantly wrapped around his back. We hugged silently as Mokuba buried his face in my stomach. I had never really embraced anyone before, and I couldn't remember if I ever hugged my parents because I was pretty young back then, so it was a new experience. But despite the weirdness, it doesn't feel as bad as I would have thought. "Sister," Mokuba mumbled. He raised his head and stared into my eyes. "Don't lose tomorrow," I gasped. Seriously, this child's way too cute compared to the arrogant piece of work called his brother. I pinched his cheek, and a strange chuckle escaped my lips. "Won't?" He nodded and was convinced by my promise. Eventually, Mokuba yawned, and he rubbed his exhausted face. I guided Mokuba to his bed, and he fell asleep as soon as his body hit the mattress. Today was excruciatingly long, and many things that felt pretty traumatic happened. I quietly approached the soulless Kaiba. Right now, with his soul missing, he's merely a shell. Yet he looked like he was in a deep coma. I recalled Mokuba's sad expression and gritted my teeth. It's safe to say that Mokuba was my first friend, and his depressed mood hurts. I don't want to see him sad and do that, and I will defeat Pegasus no matter what. I took a deep breath and stared at Kaiba. "You can rest easy. I will protect Mokuba." With newfound determination, I rushed to my room and activated my system. I immediately navigated towards the shop menu and fervently scrolled through the list of useful cards. Links, Exquisite, Synchro, Pendulums, and Tuners are already out of the question as these gimmicks weren't implemented in this timeline yet, so I ignored them without a second thought. I also skipped past some well-known card negations as they weren't as useful in this first season, where all effect cards were simple, and there was no point stopping them. I'm looking for monsters or spells consistent with my current deck. My playstyle revolved around sending my powerful dragons to the graveyard and special summoning the monsters to utilize their effects. Therefore, I hoped I could find more dragon monsters that allow me to send monsters to the graveyard quickly while being cheap at the same time. Since with only 5,200 credits, I couldn't even afford one ultra-rare card, and my options were limited. Should I go for fusion as well? I muttered and crossed my arms, deep in thought. Having an extra deck won't be that bad, but considering the cost and getting fusion materials, I can at most have one monster. As I fervently scrolled further down the screen, I stopped when some cards caught my attention. I stared at the cards intently and sighed. I wanted them all, but I definitely didn't have enough. While sulking, I purchased the cards I could afford as my credits decreased rapidly. They were all monsters, and I ignored the spells as I already had a lot and needed to replace my fodders as soon as possible. Now onto my extra deck. I left enough to buy a monster in the super rare rank, but I'm having trouble with who to buy. I hoped I could get a dragon fusion monster to revive them through Felbrand's ability in case they were defeated. Then, who should I choose? My dragons were mostly light and dark attributes, so they first needed light or dark monsters as materials. Geez, there's not many, were there? Wait, a light bulb lit up in my brain, and I vigorously searched in the shop. I finally stopped at a single card, and my eyes shone excitedly. This was it. I bought the card without hesitation, and it materialized mid-air and fell to the floor. As I eagerly reached for the card, a phenomenon stopped me from moving. Cold sweat ran down my back as my fingers trembled in fear. Why am I feeling like this? My pupils slowly zoned in on the card, and I shivered uncontrollably. The card was extruding an eerie sensation as a wisp of purple smoke surrounding it. Gathering my courage, I picked up the card, and a petrifying fear washed over me. However, that suffocating feeling disappeared, and I fell onto my knees. I stared at the card in my hand in shock, and was again reminded that Duel Monsters wasn't a simple card game anymore. Each card contained a power I couldn't fathom, and this was the first time I had tasted its might. But the question was why I hadn't encountered this situation earlier. Knowing it's useless to think about now, I focused on the card. I hurriedly placed the card into my deck as the atmosphere returned to normal. I exhaled with relief. Seriously, what the heck was that? I decided it was best to forget it. That card had stopped emitting the pressure, so I assumed everything was fine. After returning my deck to my inventory, I quickly showered before falling onto my bed. I gripped the sheets tightly and my knuckles turned pale. I will win, no matter what. Next day, third POV. Within the duelist castle, 2 people, 1 male and 1 female, could be seen standing across from each other. Surrounding them was a massive duel arena that spans across the room. "You got this, big sister," Mokuba shouted from the spectator seats while the other people cheered as well. The 2 duelists stared at each other in silence. The man's expression twitched, and his anxiety spiked. Facing her is kind of scary, he thought while glimpsing at the quiet Yuna. Unlike in the past, her altitude was fierce, like a predator stalking its prey. Joey didn't know what changed, but it was too late to turn back. He joined this tournament for the prize money to pay for his little sister's surgery, so he needed to win. Unbeknownst to him, Yuna was also fighting for something incredibly important. She knew Joey's participation purpose, but she won't give up. "Are both duelists ready?" the referee asked from the sidelines. Yuna and Joey nodded as the duel arena appeared. The match between Yuna Sano and Joey Wheeler has officially begun. The 2 duelists breathed deeply and drew 5 cards into their hands. They gazed at each other and smiled proactively. Duel! X2-inch. Yuna Sano, 2000 LP. Joey Wheeler, 2000 LP.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.